All right. How's everyone doing? I am doing all right. This is an exciting morning, right, guys? Yeah, we opened the stream with 100 likes. Finally. I'm just kidding. Pine calls on the likes. Oh, the tits are jacked. 2% of viewers' tits aren't jacked. I suggest they do something about that. Today is going to be an exciting day. Yeah, 500,000 volume in the pre-market, which is, I think, our most pre-market volume since March. It's just the usual 2 dislikes. Buckle up, let's go. Yeah, the new floor of the stock is 221.82 after commissions. Sideways trading is going to be lit AF today, let me tell you. Yeah, I'm anticipating not only a very nice green day, but lots of volume and capital gains as well. Do you know how this can affect the price? Um, if they were hedged at all, it could bring the price up. Ale. But I mean, it depends on how far out of the money they were. They might not have been like delta hedged. Like all that like 100,000 like 0.5 like the 50-cent puts. If some of those disappeared, that's just like those are bullshit anyway. Did that average price seem low to you? No. That sounds about right. It was an aggressive sale, which I told everyone, by the way, back up to 300, I hope. Yeah, I'd like to see us climb back into that ascending or that broadening like ascending formation, the bullhorn, if you will, that we were in the week before last. Before the shareholders meeting ruined all my technical analysis. I can draw things on the chart again, guys, and they matter once more. I couldn't be happier. Yay. Back to the purple lines, you know it. Yeah, mid 300s, 100% doable. I mean, it'd be super cool if we could like break out of the cup and handle or move back into the broadening formation. Either one would be nice. No, don't quit your job. Or if you do, that's your decision. Don't ask me. Buy this morning, not financial advice. I mean, I might have bought 5 more shares in celebration on my Vanguard account, which was exciting. I hate buying shares on there. I also hate selling shares on there or using it at all. We need more triangles. Yeah, Bitcoin just falling off a cliff. But we like knew this was gonna happen, right? Like we expect Bitcoin. For anybody playing that, like there's probably a shitload of money to be made. Like being short on Bitcoin right now. Because I mean, I do expect a reversion to like at least 22,000 before it can, take off again. To push the price down to keep the hedges out of trouble. Maybe, but I mean, not a lot of shares available to borrow right now. Make sure that you guys participate in the poll because it's cool. I can poll you guys now. I'm so excited about this. How do you short BTC? I think you can play options on Bitcoin. So you can buy puts. Like out of the money puts. They're probably crazy expensive though. Dogecoin wasn't the play. I mean, no. Dogecoin didn't even form like a Wyckoff distribution pattern. It just went up and then is coming down. I still have my Dogecoin. I've held it the whole time. I definitely should have sold it when it was up. Kirk's a real YouTuber now, guys. Am I? Well, they just put the poll function in the live chat this morning. Oh, and AMD released new drivers for 144 hertz monitors. So I'm stoked on that. Maybe EpicPen won't crash my computer all the time now. You can straight up short it. Yeah, you can straight up short it, but like, I wouldn't do that. You don't want to incur infinite losses on Bitcoin, let me tell you. But you can buy puts. There's an options market for Bitcoin. Kinda. We called Doge a head and shoulders. I don't know. It looks like it's gonna go back down to like 9 cents. That doesn't mean it won't go back up again in the future. I think it does have some like okay fundamentals. Also, I might be getting sick, so everybody be prepared for that. I told my friends to get out of Bitcoin like back at like 50, the third time it hit 60,000, like back here, and they didn't listen to me. One of them actually did. He dropped like half his position, so he's pretty happy. But the other two guys I told to get out there were like, no, it's crazy. It's going to be 100K by the end of summer. Sick triggers MOASS. Probably. Yeah. I could see things working out that way for me. So I think we're going to see some FOMO. I don't know if you guys saw the DD on ETFs I posted last night. I actually found a very well written due diligence. It's in the Discord if you guys just like search my posts. I think the Discord's like aggregated, so you should be able to just like search my username and it should bring up my posts. But essentially, the ETFs may be like way more shorted than we initially presumed. So like we know that the shares they carry are short, right? But there may be a lot of synthetic shorts packed into the ETFs as well. And so we may be seeing like the Russell, like the recalls for the Russell 2000 ETFs could very well be the catalyst. I don't want to say they're gonna be because there's a lot of like fuckery they can pull with covering those, but it could be, especially with like the new rules in place. I was reading Trimbast's book. You think this might be possible? DTC would make deals with companies that issue new shares directly to DTC to resolve large failed to deliver situations. Yeah, that's possible. Do I think Cohen's going to agree to do that? No. He's in no way compelled to do that. He wants the shorts off the stock. He doesn't want to ease their position. Morning, Corey. Morning, DJ. Yeah, can you link that, Zakir? The ETFDD from last night? I don't even know if you saw it. I could probably just dig it up, actually. That's not what I want. From user. Okay, I can't find it. It's in the GME channel, Sahib. Just scroll back, I guess. I know that's been blown up this morning. For those of you listening in, we're trading at 215 right now. Pre-market volume, like 400 and something thousand. Oh. Hold on, I'll let you know if that's the one. No, that's not the one. Secure. Yep. Nope. That is not the hedgies might go broke trying to cover the ETFs. Those ETFs have to recall their shares to transfer. It looks like they have to recall their shares. Now BlackRock might just recall them, right, to fucking destroy Citadel. And Vanguard might. The other ones may transfer to their Russell 1000 ETFs. But I don't know if those shares can stay short anymore. With like 005 in effect. They announced the share offering complete. They fucking did, Jason. They sold all of them. $3,000. Promise to refresh perm. No. No more perms. I mean, they don't even need an excuse. I think they just have to do it, right? Because to transfer them, they have to recall them. It was $1.126 billion divided by 5 million shares minus a 1.5% commission for Jeffries per share. Yeah, I think we'll get back to that range quite shortly. Sigva. Tonight, shortest night of the year. Bullish. Who didn't like the video? So jacked, brain malfunctioning. Thank you, Kim Sim. I appreciate the donation. Guys. What might be happening? I'm very excited. This is me absolutely jacked. And kind of tired. Did I nail the pronunciation on that? I tried. Who is Jeffrey? Why is he taking my money? I mean, the sale price is still $225.20 technically. Like that's technically the floor. I should actually. I guess I shouldn't count the commission because the shares were still sold for 220. That's a tough one. Oh, I know what I gotta do now. Get out of here, ugly line. We have a new line. Shit. I hate it when log does this to me. Boom. The rule going to effect Wednesday. It's my understanding. You're the only one who called it from YouTubers. Called what? The sale? Well, that's because I'm really, really smart. And they're not. I understand the FTD cycle should be daily now instead of T plus 2130. Possibly. Liquidity checks are daily. I don't know if the FTD cycle is daily. I mean, if the options aren't just astronomically expensive already, I would consider like maybe 250s. Unfortunately, all my money, I guess I could sell my Kraft Heinz to pick up enough. Nope. No money in this account. Oh, I might look at like 250s at open. I would try to like time a dip maybe. If we get a dip like in the early hours, the market the options prices are going to shoot up because of the ATM offering. They're going to fucking increase the IV on them like probably quite a bit on market open. So these prices aren't really accurate. I don't know. I mean, like you'd be able to buy them, but they're going to be probably pretty expensive and kind of risky. Crypto. Crap. Trading sideways guy confirmed. I am not. Oh, because I'm like zoomed out. That's not sideways. Look at this. I don't know. So I don't know if that was pre or post commission. Honey Badger. I probably have to do some more digging. But I think that was the pre-commission, like the actual price of the sale. Maybe does it say profit? 1.126 billion in profit? It could be higher. I'll figure it out. Last time they just announced the price, the average cost per share, which made it a lot easier. Because the commission was already taken out of it. No, it's not. It's not in our GME. It's on the GME Discord thread. I posted it last night. You should be able to search the posts by like my name in the Discord and pull it up. Is the GME price accurate? No, it hasn't been accurate for months, Andrew. What do you mean? Like their sale price? Or like the price it's actually trading at? Where are the shares? Aggregate. Yeah, the gross proceeds were 1 point. Yeah. That's what I thought, but I was tired, so I thought maybe I made a mistake. So yeah, 225.20 is probably the floor. Like 221.82 is what GameStop made on the sale, but those shares were sold at an average price of 225.20. So the floor is 225.20 because that's what people paid for the stock. So I should change that. Hasn't been accurate since before. That's probably pretty fair. Like a pre-market pickle? I think the price is probably just gonna go up. Boom. Pre-market pickle. Definitely getting sued by planters. But it's a pickle. That's true. I do need a twerking pickle, don't I? Oh no. Epic Pen still wants to crash my computer. Fantastic. Nope. Nope. I remember the initial challenge of drawing the Cardi VWAP pickle now. That doesn't work. This is not turning out the way I want it to. All right. Am I back? Epic Pen said no. Yeah, Epic Pen failed to deliver. Live on stream. And we missed our market open. Which kind of upsets me. Short Epic Pen. God, that sucked. And we lost our pre-market pickle. Oh well. Ooh, my SPXS calls are up? What's happening? Where are you going, market? Oh, are you gonna do a crash? Yeah. Fuck you. Go to 418. These expire today or tomorrow? These are tomorrow. I love talking to the spy. Die spy. Yeah, we don't like spies. The CEO of the derivatives exchange FTX, Sam Bankman, called Dogecoin the asset that best currently reflects the U.S. economic climate. uh, Harsh financial burns. More votes than people in here. That's pretty standard, guys. This is so cool. U.S. Chamber of Commerce criticizes antitrust bills under consideration in Congress, saying they would have dangerous consequences. What? It's like, no, no. Don't put Facebook out of business. Whatever will we do with our economy? But my friends. What do you think they'll use the 2 billion on? I think they'll buy Twitch. They're not going to buy Twitch from Amazon for $2 billion. Come on, people. Okay, if Bitcoin goes to $5, like, am I going to be the only person who buys some? It looks like F is the only one, like, kind of holding its value. It's tanking, but it's like not tanking as bad, I guess. But what was that? Did I get a donation when my stream crashed? Did I miss it? Why more votes on the poll than likes on the stream? If someone's shorting the likes. Thank you so much for the donation, Champagne. I don't think it came through because the stream crashed entirely. I need to get that pickle back at least. Uh, I liked using 2 accounts. That's how jacked I am today. Yeah, you guys need to hammer that like button so we can cross VWAP. We're already at 1.2 million volume. Is there going to be an MSM article about how having raised over $1.1 billion is somehow a bad thing? I saw a CNBC article this morning that was actually just super bullish. It was like GameStop up 9% after raising $1.126 billion with zero debt. I think they even said $1.3 billion with zero debt. No action? Jason, you're incorrect. This is a battle. You're just missing the battle. This is like over a million shares traded in the first 4 minutes. How could they be so insane? They have no other choice. GameStop misses their $1.25 billion goal. $115,000 borrowed this morning. Can anybody check Fidelity? Did they hit Fidelity's little stash of shares yet? Just doubled my position. Ooh, my SPY put is up. Yay. I think some of this is the market coming down. Some of this is the shorts. We had a lot of buy volume on the opening candle. But it was net short 0.17%. It's like we have a new floor. It's $75 higher than our old one. It's 225.20. 221.82 is how much GameStop got per share after Jeffrey's commission. You can use iBorrowDesk or you can use ATP. I think those are the only two sources we have that can check on shares available to borrow. I guess Stonka tracker. $225 is before commission. H-Deck. 300K puts disappeared from July 16th. That's possible. But they were like 50-cent puts. I don't think it's super relevant. 948K shares available right now. Yesterday it was 1 million. So they took some. I mean, that doesn't sound like institutional borrowing. Or is greater than 1 million? Oh yeah, maybe they did. I don't know. See, like Fidelity's not displaying how much over 1 million they have. It just says 1 million. Dude, H-Deck. Aggregate, they sold 5 million shares at 1.126 billion and they generated an aggregate gross proceeds before commissions and offering expenses of approximately 1.126 billion. So that's before commissions. That's the gross, not the net, dude. God. Well, it means they sold aggressively, right? Which is good. That means they wanted the money quick. Everything we thought, now true. This is fantastic information. Doge under 17 cents. Maybe I should sell my Doge. Buy back in later. Think of all the GMA they could buy with 1.1 billion. Commissions were 1.5, yeah. Why do you believe they needed the money quickly? Because they want to announce things. And you can't announce things if you don't have the... I mean, you can, but it's ideal if you announce things with the capital to then commit to those plans, right? I think we'll hear from GameStop, maybe the CEO, but what they'll do with the money they raised. I hope so. That'd be awesome. I mean, they've definitely put him in a position yesterday. So, like, I think we're just going to start seeing announcements, like, rolling in. They wanted the offering done prior to the Russell 1000 inclusion? Possibly. C-suite completes departure. You might be right, Osnadian. I think you'll have enough money post MOASS that you can just buy PS5s. Like, you don't care about the price anymore, right? If that's what you want out of your life. What do you think about Burry's tweets before he deleted his account? He's crazy. I mean, sometimes he's right, but he's always crazy. So, take that information and do with it what you will. My dumb lotto ticket SPXS is up 320%. Awesome, dude. Just made $1,000 bet with my boomer dad. GameStop will hit 1,000 by the end of the year. That'd be cool. Or just MOASS and then hit 1,000. At MOASS's, we all buy back in at $50 and then it hits 1,000 a share in splits. Still won't be able to buy them until 2022. What? I'm still not buying a GPU or a PS5. I can probably get a GPU at like MSRP. You just have to talk to people who mine Bitcoin and be like, I need a GPU. He called the crypto dump, made 2 tweets about it. Elon. We all buy back in. This is the way. If this hits 300 today, I'll write praise VWAP on my forehead in Sharpie. If this hits 450 this week, somebody's got to do a thing with a pickle. Are we seriously splitting hairs over $1 billion? Damn straight, mass spectrometer. We have to be prepared for the incoming news media FUD, right? It's like buying dope. You need connections. I mean, I know some people who mine Bitcoin, and they ordered. I think they ordered like a container of 3080s between like five of them, and they like split the cost. They had to have a truck like bring it to one of the dudes' houses. But I could probably get a 3080 from them. I don't want to because they stole all the GPUs, but I thought this was a boof free zone. Who has to boof a pickle? I said somebody had to do a thing with a pickle. I didn't mention boofing. Say no to pickle boofing. I'm not responsible for the smooth brained actions of the billionaires. Mining GPUs don't have an AVI connection. I don't think they bought mining GPUs. I think they just bought a case of 3080 or a container of the shipping container of 3080s. And they're going to be going broke pretty soon, so they might be pretty desperate to sell them, right? Given that Bitcoin's down, quite a lot. Experts say it's still not 1.3 trillion. GameStop's still incapable of supporting the US economy single-handedly. No, I haven't played any games for a while, Jared. I've been busy. I guess it's part of growing up. Call out prices. Oh, 210.87. Just sideways chop right now, like on really high volume. So we'll be like Taco Bell, it's abolition, man. The pressure's just even right now. Implied volatility, probably, Bristow. Yeah, when SPXS calls go in the money, they go in the money like a lot quickly. Yeah, one of my buddies that did that windmill like lives in the hills, and he just has solar panels all over his house, and he has like his entire garage is filled with mining GPUs. GME's the size of Costco's. All right, let me update Reddit. How long will it take to reach the 225 floor? We'll see. When market crash. All in due course, everyone. Why is everyone so impatient? I'm also excited, but you got to be patient. Like, this is very obvious. We have a double bottom. This is very obviously like a battle for price control. So we want to see bull side win, right? And then the price should go up. They finished it on Friday. Possibly. Which is kind of what we thought, right? We don't know what day they actually finished. It's hard to say. Like, we could assume by, like, T-2, but that doesn't really tell us anything. They could have finished, like, in the first... The cost average might be so low because they really did finish, like, 2 days after they announced it. They might have sold really fast. Good morning, Silicon. Do you think we'll need to fill the pre-market gap up before climbing? No. I mean, we might, but I don't think so. It looks like buy pressure is too high. Oh, is Fry's going bankrupt? Fake squeeze approaching? I don't know if it'll be fake. I don't know why people think they can fake squeeze the stock. Matt Furlong is CEO as of yesterday. Can you show RSI? What's your obsession with showing RSI? FinM. I guess we have enough volume that it's fine, but... Fry's went bankrupt in March. That's too bad. Thursday, T+21. Friday, Russell 1000. Fake squeeze approaching with sarcasm. Oh, okay. What are the lines and triangles saying? Nothing? There aren't any? We have a double bottom right now. We'll see if we bounce out of it. What was everyone's first midnight GameStop release? Game release? Guess the Pickles, they intend to hanging out online during MOASS. I'm kind of addicted to watching the stock of the people. Got my exit strat, but like the company. I mean, they'll probably all be in the Discord. There's a pretty cool post on there is an RSI. Yeah, but that's like on the day scale mountains. That's not like the 1 minute RSI. Russell 1000 been announced that Jamie is according to what's her name? God damn it. I quoted her like a couple of weeks ago in my like weekly DD, but like when asked is GameStop being added to the Russell 1000, she responded that all companies with a market cap over 7.3 billion that were part of the Russell 2000 would be moved to the Russell 1000 as of May 7th, which is like the date of record for Russell 1000 editions. GameStop was at like 11.97 billion or something on that day. So the last time I waited outside of a GameStop was Street Fighter 4 Ultra. It was not a long wait. It was just like, it was me and like 15 other people waiting outside the GameStop. Oh, is the pickle not on the screen? It's because fucking Epic Pen's a piece of shit. White Sail Cap, yeah, White Square Capital. These just sound like more sacrificial lambs, right? Like that other one in Luxembourg that was like quote unquote short GME. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna be picking up a short position on GME at $160. Our 2-man outfit. 15 people for a fighting game. It was not only was it a fighting game, it was like the 4th release of the same game. With all the extra cash that GME has on hand, or does that put them in relation to other publicly traded companies? I mean, in a pretty good position because they also have no debt. Yeah, Glacier Capital was the other one. That's it. Thanks, Caleb. Y'all ready for some inside info? We could live without it. Where'd you look at getting in at? I'd probably look at like high strikes kind of far out. Minnesota. Like if I didn't have the leaps I have now, I would be looking at like higher strikes further out so I could still exercise. They'll be harder to exercise because they're a higher strike, right? Apple has hundreds of billions in cash. Powell speaks again today at 2. Awesome. My spy put is already printing. That's the one. Catherine Yoshimoto. Thank you, Bexby, for reading my DD better than I do. She's like the head of sales for FTSE or something. So she didn't directly answer on GameStop's inclusion, but she implied that it would be included based on its market cap. But I think some other news agencies have since confirmed the inclusion. So I don't think they can, right? Because like when they shorted the Russell 2000 ETFs, like that was like a while back, right? Like the ETFs have been shorted. If you look at Stock Tracker, they've been shorted forever since like February is when they started shorting them. And then like those have to be recalled, right? Which is going to drive the price up. And based on this DD that I read like last night, it's really possible that these like Russell ETFs are shorted far more than you would think. Like they're not like 100% short. They're like 220% short, right? Like, and they contain millions of shares of GameStop because they're bought in blocks, and so they can generate um synthetic shares essentially. And so like there might be like 12 million GameStop shares like locked up in these Russell 2000 ETFs, and those have to be recalled before the Russell 1000s can they can be transferred or sold, and the Russell 1000s can buy in. And then now we have 002 and 005 in effect, which is going to prevent uh, the shorting, the naked shorting over here. So like we may see them get recalled. We might see some selling in here, but then we're going to see the buy-in and then probably no like a shorting after that, right? So the price is going to go up on the recall, down on the selling, and then up on the buyback. But then it may not go down again from more shorting, if that makes sense. So like normally like I looked at some other inclusions from last year, and like it went like the prices would go up, down, up, as like so recall, sale, purchase, and then they would go down again from new shorts. But I think with the new rules, this isn't going to happen. Keep trying. I've scribbled all over the place now. How do you guys read my frantic writings? This is why I would never be a college professor. Oh, look at us go. Look at us heading for our floor. Trading at 217 now. I'm going to update Reddit. Oh no. Something odd going on with puts. Possibly. Seems like last week you said fund managers can transfer shares between the funds without a recall. So it's possible that BlackRock and Vanguard can do that. But the question is, will they? Or will they recall the shares before transferring? Like, there may be a method with to which they don't have to recall them, but I'm not sure. So I'm not 100% sure that they can do it without recalling them. They may be able to, though. That information seems to be kind of hard to find. How confident am I that the new rules will be enforced? I mean, about as confident as I am that they'll stop naked short selling. Austinadian had a rough one yesterday. Happy to be back at the Pickle Farm. Thanks for all that you do, Girk, Secure, and Hammond, and everyone else in here. Austinadian, thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a better day today. Yeah, that's the ATM share price, TR. I see that your clients are pleased with my performance, Dan Matthews. You're a weirdo, dude. I love you, though. 219 sell wall. Yeah, resistance at 220. Not a very big one, though. It's only 3,000 shares. Someone put in an order for 199,969.69. I'm stoked on this week. Is that a rich Uncle Pickle or Peanut Pickle? He's just pickle rich. Question: if you had bought a call for 240 this week 10 minutes ago, asking for this guy I know, would you have gotten rid of it by now, or would you hold it? I'd probably hold it. One was who is Gherkin's girlfriend. What is going on here? Can you explain sell buy walls? So like these limit orders you see, these are put in place to stop the price of the stock from moving too quickly. And then a sell wall is a larger limit order put in place in order to lock up the stock at a certain price point. They usually sell underneath them. So they put the market order in, and it kind of absorbs the impact of the momentum of the stock, and then they sell shares underneath the limit in order to keep the price down. If you bought a call for 240, this would be okay. Answered that. I think we're gonna continue up. We got a nice little bull flag here. Very little, but a bull flag nonetheless. We need a Gucci belt on that pickle. With the words of Macklemore. Inside info. How's the cup and handle looking? I could look. Probably not a lot of change. Because it's like on the daily chart. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Um, so the technical analysis challenge yesterday, the little test I gave everybody, we did have a winner. That winner was Winter at Winter in our Discord. Congratulations. Winter came closest to nailing the supporting wedge for the cup and handle, but I will show it to you now for those of you that are curious, so you can know how you got it wrong. I posted it in the announcements channel, but let's see here. And boom. There we go. So there's the supporting wedge for the cup and handle. It is a ascending triangle, I believe they're called. And look at that. Look at that little bounce right there. If we zoom in, we got a very sexy bounce for the day right on that resistance line. God, I love technical analysis. When you know all the information, it's just always right. Or at least I'm always right. I don't know. It's one of the two. I did Elliott waves last night to disprove somebody in an argument about Elliott waves on Reddit. And I've never felt so ashamed of myself. I did a full Elliott wave cycle on the SPY in order to prove Elliott wave guy wrong, but not directly, just in a comment with a totally different Redditor. I think it's institutional buying or retail. Who gives a shit? I have no idea. RSI is going up though. I think we're climbing. Looks like we might break that kind of that option wall at 225. There's no open interest really, but up is always better. You mean 2021 Tiger Wahoo? Yeah, we're doing technical analysis challenges. Or I did one because I didn't feel like drawing the wedge because it made my cup and handle ugly. But it was there. It's the supporting wedge for the cup and handle. It's technically a far more accurate indicator than the cup and handle itself. I hope you took a shower after playing with Elliott waves. I did. You did Elliott waves. It was just like in an argument on one of my DDs. Like some dude like commented and he was being snarky with me. I was like, fuck you. This is the Elliott wave for the SPY this week. His were wrong. I should probably spend less time arguing with individual Redditors. But I can't help it. I don't know what the challenge for today is. I hope it pulls us back to the previous like exponential growth pattern that we were in. See Pickles, thank you so much for the coffee. Is that a coffee? I appreciate that, man. Didn't even get a love you too, but only as a friend. I thanked him. It was a lot. I'm not used to being adored by people that don't know me. Please don't stop arguing with Redditors. It's such a waste of my time, though. I argued with them for like an hour and a half because I spent like 30 minutes doing Elliott waves on the SPY. I still don't think Elliott waves are accurate on GameStop. That's the volume traded at like 300. It's like a volume traded resistance. The upper breakout point is still 350. But that upper line is also the top of the cup and handle. It's like the breakout point for the cup and handle as well. Generally, if you have multiple indicators showing you the same thing in technical analysis, your prediction is more accurate. Thank you so much for those donations, guys. I appreciate that. They're anonymous. I don't know who to thank directly, but thank you so much. I'm boofing. Elliot waves aren't real. They can't hurt you. I mean, they're real. They're just like... I know guys who use Elliot waves, and they're like actual traders. They do it every day. Like, they trade Elliott waves, and they won't use Elliott waves on this stock because they fall apart too often. And so, like, I'm not gonna defer to the advice of a guy who's been doing it for 3 months, right? Like, no offense to him, but it also kind of pisses me off that, like, he has 3 months experience using them, and he's like telling people that they're accurate or correct, like, when he doesn't even really have that much experience using them. And that kind of like irks me, because I feel like that's just giving out like a bunch of false information and kind of like hurting the good name of technical analysis. And as someone who uses technical analysis, I find offense in that. Oh yeah, I expect this week to be really volatile. Tropical thunder splash. July 16th, GME 800s. Oh, did they? I think I still have one. Did I sell that? I sold mine at 350. Do I want more? MOASS over. No. We're just moving up to our floor, guys. We're walking over to the launch pad. I'm still holding my 800. How am I a paper hand? We spiked to 350 and I sold them. I knew, like, I had a pretty good feeling we were going to get rejected at 350 again, right? It happened once before. That's just profiting. I think I bought more GameStop shares with that money. I did this morning. Ah. Glad to have you in here, Flaming Cat. Exercise an $800 I'm not that rich, man. Yeah, you can't paper hand an option. You just steal money from the market makers, win and where you can, and move on with your life. I haven't sold any shares. Well, that's not true. I sold 10 shares in the run up in July to cover my like cost basis. Or not July, January. We're not in July yet. I sold 10 shares at like 380. But to be fair, back then, like, we just thought it was going to hit 1,000. So I was like, oh, I'll cover my cost basis and I'll like put in a limit order for 1,000. We didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went yet. Time traveler. I'm not a time traveler. We could get rejected again at 350. It's possible. Harder though, right? Like that's why cup and handles work when they do, is that we've already been rejected at that price point twice. So the sell pressure at that price point from the people that we're going to sell there is now kind of depleted. Like usually it's like the first one is like the first rejection is like shorting, and it was mostly shorting actually. Like we know that was the big crash back in March. And then the second rejection is like bag holders paper handing, right? Like this is the psychology behind the cup and handle. And then the third one is just going to go through because the people who have the stock held through the other ones, right? Not that rich yet. Well, okay, fair. Yeah, options is super risky. Express is going burr. Pickle quit. How many shares do you have? 45 on WeBull. Like this is the part of my position I have to reveal because I stream using this software, but like I'm not really inclined to reveal the rest of my position. I have like a bunch of in the money call options that expire in August. Why wouldn't you average down if you bought it 3? I didn't buy it 380. I bought it 300, a couple shares, and I bought some at 325, I think, in March. I doubt any of you guys did any DID on the stock you love, so let me tell you something. They completed the at-the-money offering, and that's good news. Also, you hear about that OO2. It's going into effect tomorrow. Wow, so cool. Geometeoritis, thank you so much for the donation, dude. Over, under 300 shares? Way over. Hey, are we counting options? Options also represent ownership. What's DD? Do you set? I don't set price alerts. I stare at my stocks until I sell them. Perhaps the Elliott stanky leg. Pickle Financial might be a game changer. 1K end of day. That'd be awesome. Is that a boofing innuendo? Probably. I'm not sure enough effort was put into. He's just rich. He's the board member Pickle. He's Pickle rich. Small amount of insurance. I mean, Fidelity can like if you deposit the money into Fidelity, they'll break it up into multiple accounts for you. So they're all insured. And I think they have like $1 million insurance per account. But like most banks will just do that work for you. Lots of banks have $1 million insured accounts for like large depositors. He's not a Planters peanut guy. He's a pickle. I haven't seen the new Rick and Morty. Absolutely, Q Blackbird. It's not financial advice. You're right. Just entertainment. Just here to amuse you. Like an amuse bouche. Zach, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for commenting. You're always welcome to talk and chat. I don't think Elliott Wave guy is wrong yet. This time, Craig. But what about the last 7 times? I remember the bounce on 219 that was supposed to occur, if other people don't. It got rejected at our floor. Do you believe this shit? Infotain me, Pickle Man. Yeah, and Windmill's absolutely correct. When you're depositing 7-digit figures into your bank, they will literally kiss your ass in the crack. Do you know a good monocle guy? I don't, but I'm sure one exists. Still having flashbacks of 180. It's okay. We all will. There'll be support groups started after this. Have you like little brochures that are like, have you experienced 180? What does 180 mean to you? Maybe we could all just pop some psychedelics and forget about it. I don't understand why it reverses instead of hugging the resistance till it breaks up. It's consolidation. Consolidate back down to view up. Buy pressure ran out. Simple. Volume's dipped a little bit since like open. This is a support group. Who gives a shit if Citadel bought the 5 million shares, Seb? I think Bitcoin is going to come all the way down to, like, there's like a mean reversion off a Wyckoff pattern, so it's probably going to come down to around 18,000, 18 to 20K before it bounces. Why is the SPY going up? This isn't what I paid for. God damn it. Thanks, Hand Banan. Ugh. Boof psychedelics. I didn't see the DD about the correlation between Oreo stuffing and market performance, but I feel like it's very accurate. Sorry, I had you pegged as a stoner this whole time. It's okay. You're not the only person that thinks that about me. Did those deep in the money puts disappear? Apparently. Yes. I don't know. We could look. They were for 716 puts. No. There's still quite a lot of them on the open interest. Some of them might have, but who cares? Like, they're so far out of the money. It's not like they're affecting, like, delta hedging. I want a brownstone. Did I buy an 8-ball yet? Index fund investor. What kind of 8-ball are you talking about? SPY to 430 before crash? No, I think like 424 before crash. 424, then to 418. 418, 417. Stop watching AMC and trying to correlate it with GME. Oh, Charles, but do you know about using Ham Banan's name in the Black Betty song? SS post debunked for myself. Thanks, Kirk. No problem. You get new triple stuff and a glass of milk yet? No. I've only recently heard about this triple stuffing. Apparently, it is a greater ratio than mega stuffed. But I haven't seen any when I was out. I didn't see any. Otherwise, I would have bought them. Well, I mean, now that I'm planning on being pickle rich, yeah, the type of 8-ball needs to be clarified. How soon are you predicting said crash? I mean, within the week, maybe. I think we'll see a correction within the week, especially with JPOW talking today. Like, the market's probably just going to run up until he speaks, and then it's going to come down as he flips between two identical charts. Now, yeah. Kirkin on 2x speed is crazy. I feel like there's kind of like an upper limit on how much LSD you can take and it still affects you. Has VWAP failed us, or have we failed VWAP? No, I think we're just bouncing on VWAP. Nice cushy bounce. Drugs have diminishing returns. Probably. That'll be 30,000 doses. Jay Powell testifying before Congress. That can't be good. There's no LD50 for LSD, but a lot will make you pretty weird. Yeah, my buddy did like... He did an enormous amount at one point. I can't remember how much exactly it was. I think he did like a gram of LSD. And quote unquote, he was going to blow his mind out the top of his head. But basically what happened is he was just real weird for a week. I think he did. I think he did actually did like 1 gram of LSD. Or the volumetric equivalent. Yeah, he's still alive. No, I don't tell any of my friends about you guys. Yeah, it doesn't like there's just like an upper limit to how much of it affects you. And it's not like there's no dosage of it that's lethal. But yeah, the average dose is like in the micrograms. I don't do LSD. I don't do any drugs. Besides like nicotine, caffeine. I just do the shitty ones. Yeah, he was going for like ego death. He's still just an idiot. Nothing really happened. Oh no. We failed VWAP. What's happening? Are you ashamed of us? No. They just don't ask me about it, so I don't tell them. They're not even subscribed to my YouTube channel. And I linked it. On all the dregs. Well, I think like the receptors in your brain can only absorb so much. This matters. This is pertinent to stocks, okay? Because there's companies like MindMed, you know. This is a pertinent conversation. Tell your real life friends they had their chance. I will, Chelsea. I think you wrote like a journal about it. Some sort of like trip diary. Acer, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate the membership, dude. If you need any help getting into the Dillionaire Discord channel, the Dillionaire Country Club, if you will, just DM me over on Discord, but the instructions are in the announcements channel. I think they're pinned. I only have like 2 friends that have GameStop stock. The rest won't buy it. They're like, stock market sounds risky. You only have 2 smart friends. No, I announced it in the stream, JFresh. I announced the challenge in the stream. And then some people attempted it. Why price not up more? Don't be impatient. Not another Dan. You know, it sounds risky. Backbreaking labor for the rest of my life. I still trade I mean, like, the donations and stuff help Daniel and like the memberships. I haven't gotten them yet though, right? Like, so like YouTube just doesn't pay you forever. It's like a 3-month window till like you receive your first payment from YouTube. From like when you become monetized till when you receive your first payment. But I still trade like a small part of my portfolio for living expenses. I made like a bunch of money last week on AMC puts, so I was pretty happy about that. And my aims, the 2 I have left, are up quite a bit today, and that mostly, I still mostly pay my bills with that. I have all the donations like that I've gotten so far in like a PayPal account, except for the YouTube based ones. But like all the Ko-Fi donations, I haven't spent them on anything yet. I was gonna buy a new chair, but the shipping is like, it's like a month out, so I don't want to commit. So I actually have to move soon, so. Do you do scalping for living expenses or more longer terms? I usually day trade, and I usually don't. I'll scalp sometimes, but I usually don't scalp. I'm more of like a momentum trader. How far back do I have to go to get the TA question you asked on stream? I just gave the answer out today, Dr. K, but the question was yesterday. If you go to the DD, I asked what the supporting wedge was for the cup and handle that I drew in this week's DD, which is linked in the description down below. And if you need a new city or staying in the same place, I'm not sure, but they want to like raise my rent, and I'm not about that. I think it's already way too high. Because like my rent is still at like the pre-pandemic rate, and the rents are down now. my drawer. F YouTube for holding your dillies hostage. Thanks, the Dans. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Ko-Fi ones just immediately go into my my PayPal, but the YouTube thing just takes forever to get like actually get paid. I think once it starts coming in, then you get paid like every month. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure they just use like that time gap and also like the month that they hold your earnings to just like profit on them, right? That and like the 40% they take. I don't know yet, like, we'll see if MOASS happens or not. I just might. I just might, Han. Do you just have upward only rent reviews for residential property? I don't know what you mean. Fawn Kashi, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate the membership. Move to the middle of Montana? I don't think so. No, I'm not moving to Jersey. Google YOLOing with creators' wages on spy FDs. I don't want to do that. Is it just like a Wall Street Bets OGs post or something? Oh yeah, I'll show the wedge. That was the answer to the question. That's the supporting wedge for the cup and handle. It's not really a wedge. It's called an ascending triangle, but supporting nonetheless. And I like this too because it even accounts for like a possible short attack before the breakout. By Gary, Indiana. But what am I going to do with it? Have you thought about leaving the country? My post-MOASS plans are definitely not stateside. I don't know. Maybe. I think I could get like dual citizenship in Europe. But then I gotta pay taxes 2 places. We'll see. If I mess up my exit, will you hire me to be your butler? We'll see, Mr. Diggs. I'll need to see your resume. I want this to go towards the back left leg of your chair. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that, man. I'm hoping to buy a chair with wheels, but I will ensure that one of those wheels is yours. There's somewhere on the West Coast you could move to. Where? Short Gary, Indiana. It's kind of hard to short a company that's already out of business, Dan Almighty. That place has not seen economic boon for decades. You said if the MOASS doesn't happen, is there a scenario? No, if it doesn't happen by the time I move, Astrogal is what I was referring to. Spy testing its intraday high. Yeah, it's probably just gonna run until Powell talks to Congress. EMA cross plus MACD cross, 225 incoming. Yeah, I know. Some other countries are better for taxes. But I don't want to live in, like, Cyprus. I probably should hydrate. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Thank you, Cool Daddy. Seattle. It's very wet. I have friends in Seattle. I'm buying Indiana. What are you going to do with it? So Jimmy sold it at a cost average of 220, 225. Just don't mess up your exit strat. It's simple. Don't fuck up. It's important. I wonder how many times J Powell will say lift off today. I would live in the country Cyprus before I ever lived in Cyprus, California. Cyprus, California is not bad. It's like 120 degrees Fahrenheit for you Europeans. It's okay. I know our numbers don't make sense, but they're fun to use. Boat in Puerto Rico. Come to Seattle, then you can finally be my dad in real life. I'm a day trader, so I don't pay income tax anyway. Danionaire. And I don't want to wear shorts. But they don't have air conditioning in Dallas? So many good exit strategies asking for a friend. Yeah, mine. Carl. It's in front of Congress, so I'd imagine it's public. Just so you know, you have supporters from Cyprus, the country. Oh, that's cool. Petros. The tax havens are like all the same. They're just like super overpriced. Not very central, hard to get goods. Be a snowbird? No. Winters in Jersey? Fuck you. Have fun on your run, Sebastian. Not sure to discuss irrelevant, but gold. Is gold in a 10-year cup and handle? I'm not even going to acknowledge that question, knuckleballer. Wild. I think it'll be more not that it reaches a certain price, Jordan. So in the past, you mentioned you think the government would get involved if GME reaches a certain price, way too high to be safe for the global markets. Do you have a wild guess what that price is? It's not that I'm worried that if it gets to that price, it's if it sustains that price for a long period of time. Not really. I mean, I don't know what that price would be, but like that was in reference to the DD about the infinity pool. And yeah, I don't think that's a sustainable thing. Technical analysis book I'd recommend. Technical analysis of the financial markets, Taylor. Who shut down a hedge fund in London. Diamond hands. Andrew Mo Money put their pickle in my jar. Hey, Gherkinet. I'm trying to get a hold of you for a co-stream sometime. Love to tie our pickles on some strings. What the fuck? Is this real? I don't think this is real. Andrew Momomi. Yeah, I don't think it's real. Pickle and meatball. I don't want to get fed treats. Godpill's also trying to get a hold of you. I don't care. You're a star now. Yeah, sure. You will be judged on my response. I feel like if Andrew Momani was trying to get in touch with me, he would just email me. Kick them into the pit. Hmm. At the money offering is complete. Finally. I'm not collabing with anybody. I mean, I'll collab with them, but I don't think they'd like that. Remember the little people on the way up. Dude, I'm not on the way up to anything. I barely have like 5K subscribers. Speaking of which, drop a like and subscribe if you guys haven't. It's a huge help to the channel. It's true cash app request for $50. Why is becoming absurdly rich taking so long? Oh, no, I know, right? How awful. You will collab with the damned. Did I miss any juicy pickles? Not really. Yesterday was a big nothing burger. Jamie G, thank you so much, man, dude. Like, apology accepted. No worries. I understand. It's good to have a critical viewpoint. I don't fault you for it. I'd love to just go on trades and teach him about the market. That's what I would just be like. Just be like a one-on-one education session. Imagine if I could change his opinion on AMC. WeBull froze. I don't have it open. It didn't freeze. There's just no volume right now, I think. Yesterday, the new CEO started. Today, they announced completion of the offering. Yep. Don't ever challenge me again. It's not frozen. It's just not doing anything. Right? Yeah. It's just not doing anything fun. What do you guys think Apes will invest most of their money in post MOASS? GameStop. The global financial markets are frozen. Can you reboot them? When crash? Dude, if I could predict market crashes, I'd already be a billionaire. Will there even be enough shares to invest in post MOASS? I don't know. That's why I'm holding some. One of the many reasons. Global markets need an Epic Pen reset. That was bullshit, man. I'm tired of Epic Pen crashing my computer. I need to find new software. Win Doge Moon. Doge is doing the opposite of that right now. You're not already a billionaire. Unsubscribe. You should get a Mac. I'd never. I will never, ever, ever buy an Apple product. It depends on how this exchange counts it, Jose. They're not even like the cases are high quality. It's a shame about the internal components being just worse than their cheaper competitors. Yeah, I don't have that problem. It's okay. You're one of many people that only own Apple products, Jake Bolton. Apple MacBooks are good. I'll pass. Maybe we'll invest in non-stock stuff like property, crypto, stuff that's not strongly related. Yeah, probably. I mean, I'll invest in some of those things also, but mostly in things that are S&P 500. It's not like it's like better than like a Razer Blade has better specs than a MacBook. Why the dislike for Apple products? Because they're crap. I'm not saying it's not a better OS than Windows. What was your first stock buy? Fuck, I don't remember. There's some penny stock. I guess AMD was like my first real purchase of a stock. Oh, I'll buy Apple stock. That's a whole different ball game. I just won't buy their products. I guess if I was like an audio engineer or something, I would own Apple products, but I don't see the purpose of owning anything Apple ever. I don't even like their phones that much. And AirPods are like some of the worst fucking headphones. I mean, don't you need to own Apple products as an audio engineer because of what's that fucking program called that only runs on Apple? Uh Not SoundForge. I can't think of the name of it. All I want back is the money GME stole from me years by giving me fair trade-in value. Do you qualify as good headphones? The Sony like MX like for earbuds, like the Sony MX like is it like 1200 something? I don't know the model number, but like the Sony MX earbuds are really good. The Samsung earbuds are better. Bose, the Sennheisers are really good. I've used my friend has AirPod Pros, and like he might not have had like the right like fitting for me, but the sound leak was atrocious. They're just like not that great. And for the price, they're awful. Pro Tools. That's it. Thank you. I've used them. I just don't own them. Everyone in here defending their fucking AirPods. Ridiculous. You can get you can get FireWire cards for PCs, can't you? Are we still ascending in the cup and handle? Yeah, I mean we're still up. We're like in the cup and handle. We're on like the upper. We're on the upper breakout line, like the high. So we have quite a lot of room. I mean, I've never owned Apple products, but everyone around me, for the last 10 years, has owned fucking Apple products. They have like an easy UI, and that is almost I almost guarantee that without that UI, most of their appeal would be gone. It's just that like it's tech stuff that's easy for people to understand. I'm gonna lose a whole bunch of my viewership to hating Apple. And I don't care, it's worth it. Thunderbolt through. Oh yeah, the Jabra Elite like 85Ts are really good earbuds too. They're kind of bulky though. Or at least for me. Coming back down to 200. No, I think we're just like chopping a bit. The volume hasn't even really dipped off much. It's just like it's staying pretty steady. It's only 11 o'clock. You ever witness anything extreme and blatant as Jimmy? I don't know if I've ever been as focused on anything, but yeah, I mean, there's examples of market manipulation in like OTB markets and stuff, um, that are just like it's super corrupt, like penny stocks, things like that, where the manipulation is very rampant and obvious. Yeah, I agree. UI is important, and that's like why most people who own Apple products own Apple products. They also get like tied into the system of having all their shit in like the Apple cloud, and they have to have Apple products to move their things around from one thing to another. What's max pain at? That's a good question. Let's check. Max pain looks like it's around 210. No, 220. 220, 222.5. That range. Call volume, however, significantly higher than put volume this week. Why red? I don't know. Failed a test midday. I still like people even when they're wrong. You know what they do make that's really good? Monitors. I still think they're kind of ahead on like monitor technology. I wouldn't buy one of their monitors because they're absolutely like ridiculously overpriced. Yeah, we could after we're listed in the Russell 1000. I think we might see a shift away from any correlation with AMC. How do you calculate max pain? That you can just go on Swaggy Stocks. They have a max pain calculator. Max pain is the price at which the majority of options expire out of the money. Update Reddit. What am I gonna? It hasn't been over an hour. First of all. Second of all, there's nothing to say. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. How about a 5K monitor stand? What happened to DFE? I don't know. Maybe you just got tired of doing Twitter. And you'd rather just like go do other things with those millions of dollars. Someone told me stocks only go up. I think volume's dwindled a little bit, but it's not. It's kind of dead right now, but it keeps like picking up in surges. Yeah, it comes in the later half of the week. It's like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Whereas usually because of options, our weeks are busy. Like we're up Monday, Tuesday, and then down like mid Wednesday through the end of the week in order to maintain max pain. The market, like anytime there's like big events in the market, like the Russell rebalancing is like one of the highest volume volatility weeks, right? Anytime that happens, it's usually like very quiet up until kind of the main event starts. Tired of us after the mess. Russell 1000 will buy a lot of shares. It's not just Russell, like it's not Russell that buys them, right? It's all the ETFs that track it, all the mutual funds that track it, all the hedge funds that track it. Like you're talking a massive amount of buyers. Like even if GME is weighted low or lower, it'll still see a lot of buy pressure. Also, they have to recall the Russell 2000 shares, which is probably far more important, as some of those ETFs are like 220% sold short right now. I'm sure these ETFs are going to buy shares like crazy. I mean, they have to. Legally, they have to track the index, right? So they have to buy shares. Fuck is Russell? Yeah, I did. But like all they factored in was like ETF movement. They didn't factor in like all the other funds and stuff that have to buy into GMA. They didn't factor in the share recall for the Russell 2000. There's a lot left out of that. Yeah, much more exposure from a Russell 1000 inclusion. Also, it makes it a far more attractive investment, right? As it moves into the large cap realm. Yeah, I think Russell's our next potential catalyst. Everyone treating R1000 inclusion as an absolute certainty. I mean, the director of sales for the FTSE came out and said that, like, when asked if GME was going to be included, said that its market cap exceeded the requirements on the date of like the inclusion date. Like Russell inclusion is just based on market cap. It's not like the S&P where there's like a review board or you have to have like multiple positive earning quarters. It doesn't have anywhere near the same requirement. It's just like if your market cap is big enough, you move. C-suite retention at an all-time low. Yeah, Russell inclusion would be a good catalyst. There is not anyone to blame for that. Black GameStop is socially progressive company. We're confused about this at the money offering. Who are they offering at? Is it Ryan Cohen? Give. What? They sold 5 million shares at the money machines at market price. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Tambourine Solo. Market cap meets the minimum but can still be excluded because of volatility and low share availability. Has that happened before? It'll still, like, if that happens, then it has to be balanced up on the Russell 2000, right? Because it'll just, if that happened, it would stay on the Russell 2000, but now it's like, what, the absolute largest. Well, no, because they already announced the range for the Russell 2000 for this year, and the top company is like 7.293 billion market cap. GME would be by far the largest company on the Russell 2000 if that was the case. I'm also pretty sure that they've announced, like, several news agencies have announced it as well. It should be confirmed at this point. And actually, it's not final until the following Monday. The following Monday market open is the first time it would be officially listed on the Russell 1000. But yeah, the all the actions for its inclusion have to happen by market close on the 25th. Or after market close. It could be harder to short the Russell 1000 ETFs that have GME because of the new regulations that were just passed. Who would have thought finance would be so entertaining? Well, this is why I love finance, is because it's a little bit of everything, right? Like, no, I don't think any other industry pays general knowledge as well, right? Like, if you know a little bit about a lot of things, finance is probably the place for you. Yeah. S&P indices have to report short interest by Thursday. I'm not sure if that's market open or closed, though. Through audit, Jordan. The rebalancing should be complete as of market open on Monday. But this entire week is the rebalancing week. Friday could be crazy. I don't know. I know a little bit about a lot of things. How they ensure their position is covered in its entirety, regardless of the shady ways they've shorted the stock. Through audit. They audit them. They audit their books. They have, I think they have, like, automated auditing systems. S&P, Russell, NASDAQ are allowed to have random political requirements rather than just quantitative requirements. Shouldn't even be legal. Probably not. We're serious about the short interest reporting when it's their own index as opposed to the self-regulatory stuff. We'll find as a slap on the wrist. Yeah, I don't actually know the reporting requirements for the indices. Maybe it could be more strict than like, they may dig deeper than the SEC does. It's interesting. It's something I just stumbled across. I didn't even know it was a requirement that during the S&P rebalancing they report short interest. So it's all brand new news for me. It was just something I came across as I was doing some research. What happens if MOASS happens before rebalance is done? Well, Jimmy would be weighted very, very heavily, wouldn't it? Yeah, no problem, dude. I still think a crypto dividend is far-fetched. Not impossible, just kind of far-fetched. So now we go up to close the gap at 292. We'll see. Did you see a post claiming T21 going down to a daily thing based on a O2? No, I didn't see it. Stephanie, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. When GME MOASS, what happens to all those ETFs and indices that track it? Do they have to take extreme measures to keep tracking it and such? No, it's pretty, I think it's pretty automated. ETFs are weird. There's a lot of shit that goes on with them that's like you really have to be an expert to weigh in on exactly how ETFs work. I'm not an expert on ETFs. I know some things about them, but the way they are able to manage like share creation and stuff gets really murky. I would say that a large amount of the fraud that occurs in the market occurs in or because of ETFs. What's your thesis on how the SEC investigation will turn out? We don't even know what they're investigating, MedVed. So I have no idea. What do you think about SP space prices? Prices too. I don't like the company. Like, is that Virgin Galactic? It's going up today. I mean, it looks like it's broken through that resistance at like 35. So, if it, you could see a run up to new highs. I don't see another like relevant resistance after this point. So, yeah, it may keep running. I'll buy an option. Let's try 40. Let's do 45. It's like a little fun side play. Well, I'm buying an option because it broke through its like previous resistance level already, and it looks like it's gonna keep running. Look, I've already made $1, $2. So we're at the Russell website. It shows additions, deletions for the Russell 3000 and microcap. It still doesn't show Russell 2000, 1000. No, they usually complete the other ones first. Starlight. That's normal for them to complete the smaller cap inclusions first. ETFs are the new CDOs. I mean, they still have things that are like CDOs. Can you redraw purple lines with the new at the money? No. I still have to wait for conclusive price action, Bob Lewis, to reconfirm that growth trend. It'll be a few days. Are we going to be neighbors in Capri? Jonathan Landreth? Forward-looking TA based on new stock offering information. I mean, currently the new stock offering information falls within the realms of the TA I have done, which is here. I'd probably wait until this weekend to confirm new trends. Remember, guys, that TA works best on the longer time scale you have. So, like, the current formation that I have here, like this technical analysis is going to be far more accurate than anything I can come up with on the fly. Why am I not rich yet? The ultimate question. Can you explain how a stock is weighted in the Russell 1000? It's based on market cap. GME would be joining, I think the inclusion market cap was 11 point something billion. So GME would be joining the ranks of like 20, I think it was 22 other companies that are currently weighted at that price range. Interestingly, like the heavier weighted stocks in there are like Apple and Google, Facebook. Those are the most heavily weighted, but that range, like from 500 billion up, is only a few companies. And then there's a lot more under GameStop. GameStop was worth $280 million market cap when it was included in the Russell, or during last year's rebalancing of the Russell 2000. So like, even though it's low, it's still much higher than it was weighted on the Russell 2000 previously. Remind us when the cup and handle is supposed to play out. The outer band of the breakout is on the 20th of July. Do you think Chibi would hit 1K till Friday? I owe 1K to someone. Maybe, but probably not. ETF baskets are not all the same. Yeah, they're not. It was established like 2020. Yeah, it's normal to have some resistance when working back up to that price. What comes after the Russell 1000 when a company gets wealthier? S&P 500, 400, 500. The Russell 500. It can happen, Jared. It's happened before. I mean, I wouldn't say it's super common for a company to go from 280 million market cap to, 11, 12 billion in a year, but here's the other thing is whatever the market cap is of GME after the 28th, after an inclusion, right? So it's like it's being included at this price, 11.97. They still have to rebalance. So if the market cap's like 14 billion as of next Monday, they still have to balance up to that. Your analysis of the breakout on the cup and handle is done with no additional catalysts in mind. That is correct. But a catalyst would just mean that we broke out sooner, Johnny Diamond Hands. I don't think cryptos are recovering slowly. I think they're just having like a brief recovery before further coming down. $1,800 pull votes, 940 stream likes. That's kind of lame. Like the channel, guys. It's just click the button. It's not going to change your life. Good morning, friends. I came home after work yesterday. A 17-year-old kitty in a diabetic coma. Waiting to hear from the vet to see if he has brain damage. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Veg. I think Shorts. I hope he's okay. Or she. It. I hope your cat's okay. Make Shorts will wait till the last second. Always. I know it's risky. I'm swing trading BTC right now, and it's been very lucrative. Awesome. Yeah, it is. It is super lucrative to trade. It can be super lucrative to trade Bitcoin. I don't like it. I don't like the volatility. Oops. Less shills today. Yeah, it's annoying that it's 24/7. Maddie Might, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. Enjoy the pickle emojis. I appreciate that. You veg D, you hit hand banana right in the feels. Looking at a sell order for 100. They're just like fucking around. I don't know why people do that. This is dumb. Like, the clearinghouse is just gonna kick the order back. Oh, pickle enthusiasts. I'm really sorry to hear that, Veg D. Yeah, I hope he's okay. Or she. I don't know what sex the cat is. Gender? Cats have gender? No, just sex. Let's see what they call him today with the share offer incomplete. Takes time for this kind of stuff to be absorbed. It's okay. We already tested 225 once, so yeah, midday chop. There's nothing like weird about what's going on right now. Any updates on a Twitch cross stream? No, and I really need to get working on that because I feel like it's only a matter of time before our YouTube bans me. Yeah, we discussed the at the money offering. That we have a new resistance line, support line. Hopefully we cross it today. Down $30 on my day trade options. Yeah, I'm down $1.50 on this SPCE option. And I'm not happy about it. Doesn't pass off to a clearinghouse until all assets are liquidated from the fund, correct? What are you talking about, Jacob? Are you talking about... I don't hold a lot of like credibility for the T+1, T+35 cycles. A, because they change, and then B, because like no one they're all different. It's like Elliott waves, right? Like they're all different. No one's got a fixed date. Like no one can seem to figure it out, and I don't want to try. Um, and then like it's really hard to find out the information of like what amount is being covered, what amounts being hidden options. I don't like them. I'm not saying they're invalid. I think there's some validity to there being a cycle. I don't know if what they're describing is the cycle they think it is, though. Vulgarity is bad on YouTube. I mean, yeah, it can be. They actually don't care about cursing as long as you don't make the content like approved for children. But some of the pickle talk that gets up here in chat, I'd imagine won't keep me out here for long. Are they important? No, they're not, and it doesn't matter. Index fund investor. What is your post MOASS dream vacation? I get asked this all the time. I don't know. Depends on how much money I got. Is it even a vacation at that point, or are you just partying? I'm just gonna party all over the world. Edgar filing from yesterday can speed up the creation of ETS and synthetics. Okay. Who's Elliot? Why does he speak nonsense? New tickets about have no expiration. Yeah, that's my dream vacation is the moon. Let's fucking go. I do get pretty sus around here. Every single Disney park? You know that means you have to go to Florida, right? Not worth it. Kirk's Pickle Party Bonanza. How many liters of water do I drink? I don't know. I've never counted it in liters. 6? Maybe? Sounds like you've done some traveling. Have a favorite destination you've been to? I really like Italy, France. Germany's cool. Denmark. I like England a lot. I like Europe. Europe's probably like one of my favorite places to go or be. What do the 716 options look like? A bunch of those puts gone? No. As far as I can tell, the puts haven't changed at all. I don't know why they would. They're like 10 cent, like out of the, like super far out of the money puts. I feel like they might have been like a post MOASS like volatility play that were bought like back like before the last catalyst. But I'm not really sure the purpose of those. They're very far out of the money. Like near the money or in the money puts are bought to drive the price down. But I can't really think of a good reason to own super far out of the money puts. Yeah, I haven't been to Japan. I definitely want to go to Japan though. I've never been to Malta. I'd like to go to Malta. Hopefully that was the last share offering. I agree. I'm done with share offerings messing up my technical analysis. I believe far out of the money put hide short interest FTDs. I don't think they do though. I mean, maybe if that's the case, that's insane. The short interest is like far, far higher than anybody imagined. If they're actually able to far out of the money puts, so it'd be like, but that doesn't show any ownership of the underlying. Like you can't say that's a long position, right? Usually, like something like that would be like a hedge. Late summer's typhoon season. Yeah. You punish the corrupt system. Does that appeal to you, or is it more about profit? I mean, Maddie, I would say that like I don't like the system. I'd like to punish him, but I think the best way to do that is by profiting off them. That's the thing that hurts them the most. I don't think like regulation or like the government is going to rise to meet that challenge. So I don't think like I don't think you could defeat the system in the way people want to. Like I don't think anyone's going to go to jail from this, or if someone does, it'll be like someone nominal and unimportant, like a scapegoat. Their level of power and influence is too great. I would like to beat them at their own game. But I mean, I was in this back in like December, right? So it's definitely about the money when I got into it. Yeah, but they're not executed is the problem, right? They're just sitting there like with open interest. Like they're not like going in like if they were executed, that would make sense. Like married put and like they're executing them in order to like show a long position. But like these are just out of the money and open. Like I don't understand that. Maybe they're gonna execute them nearer that date or exercise them. She puts Mary to a call. You have to have a buddy. Yeah, I mean, I guess. But where's the married call? So we look at like July 16th call options, nowhere near as high. So how are these like when you look at the put options, they're in the hundreds of thousands. But then the call options are maybe 100,000, not even 50,000 open interest. So that could make sense for some of them, but not all of them. Thank you. There was a DD on DD into Jamie a month ago on how the money puts can be used to hide reported short interest. References a related SEC paper. I can send it over on Discord. Yeah, please do. Read more into it. I mean, I know they're hiding short interest and options, but I'm curious as to how they're hiding in options that cheap. Like, it makes sense in the money options to like be like, oh, like here's a proof of contract for ownership, but have you seen a pic of him, Banana? No, no. Wait, maybe on Twitter? I'm not sure. True, even though they're short millions of GME shares. Who's going to get the 1K? You guys, oh, the like button. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like button, 1K. Woo! That's like the earliest in the day. I think we've hit 1,000 likes. That's kind of awesome. Break out to the moon. That's disgusting. It's just like midday chop. I don't know. Volumes kind of died off. Thanks, Nason. I appreciate that, man. See if you follow my Instagram. You're breathtaking. I know I'm the best GME streamer. It's just time that the rest of YouTube realizes it. But it's okay. Fuck them. Here's what got me is 5% of people's tits aren't jacked. What the fuck? You're the only GME streamer? That also might be true. Ooh, my SPCE calls are up. Hold on. I need to look at this. Run. Run, Virgin Galactic Holdings SPAC. You're also the best AMC streamer. Yeah, but no one knows that. Facts I used to listen to AMC live streamers and none of them say a word about GME. Yeah, they don't really talk about GME anymore. Which is unfortunate, right? Because a lot of like the communication with retail is on this platform. I can't wait until I hear that about GME. Dead or lost. Ooh. It's gonna run. Run. Break the resistance. There's not even that much resistance. Maybe I should sell now and claim my $13. God, I don't know anything about this stock. What's the resistance? Is there any resistance at 240? Or at 40? Oh. Back here, there was some resistance at 40. I would much prefer if that broke out. Maybe I should sell. Hmm. Take my $13. or potentially make hundreds. These are the tough choices presented to day traders all the time. What was my risk? $39? Let it run. Well, I'm not a gambler, right? Oh, it's gone now. Oh no, it's not. It's still up $12. I don't know, man. It's really fighting for that like $40. If it breaks 40, it's gonna run like hard. Double down? Ooh. No. I do kind of need to look at all these fucking dojis though. They are ascending, which is not good. Oh, oh, that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it. Jesus Christ, 12,000 sell wall? Bullshit. CNBC is market manipulation. Oh yeah, absolutely. I follow that stock. I'd take your $13. Oh, but it's looking really good. New intraday high. Now it's 13.50. It's gonna break because I sold. All right, whatever. I made $14. Gonna go to the restroom real quick. I think I am. I think I'm gonna take a quick break, get myself some more coffee, and make use of the facilities. I'll be back momentarily. For those of you listening in, we're trading at 211.30. And I'm back. Not another Dan. Thank you so much for the membership upgrade, man. I appreciate that. I have gotten my hands on some buttermilk biscuits with black currant jam. Another upgrade. Dude, thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. If you need help getting into the members only Discord for the Dillionaires, just hit me up on Discord and I'll help you out. But the instructions for linking your YouTube account are on the announcements channel. Oh my god, they're so fluffy. That's a fluffy biscuit. Nope. Incorrect, Christopher. No, because I'm not slurping a bagel down on stream. What genre of music do I like? It's really fucking all over the place. Oh, that reminds me. I was supposed to share my like Spotify playlist with more people. Hand Banan has it. She can probably tell you that it's weird. Do I listen to music during the stream? No, sometimes. Not always. Oh yeah, Hambanan, can you share the Spotify in the Discord? Like the playlist? I feel like I'm being shamed. Any good Prime Day deals we can buy at GameStop instead? I don't know. Today's gonna be sideways at 210, apparently. You know what's amazing, guys? Jam. Blackcurrant jam. Unreal. Here's a fun fact. They were illegal in the United States for a long time. Jam on biscuits. Some black jam for you right here. My UK history coming through. Jams and jellies are different. They're not the same thing. Okay? Fucking trogs. Not scones. I don't like scones. And the green screen in the background. Oh yeah. Ah, look at that. That's called layering, Christopher. Yeah, I believe preserves are also different. Trogs. It's pronounced scones. Perfect exit. It really was. Damn. I feel good about that. I wish I'd bought like 20 more of them though. We have the exact same playlist. Preserves. Jonathan Landreth, I believe. Have you guys gotten a hold of my playlist? I don't even have my Justin Timberlake collection on there. My West Coast is showing with that glitch mob. That's the third place I've been accused of being from today. I am not Hispanic. I don't think. I'm like 6% Spanish. But like from Spain kind of Spanish. I'm 100% white as fuck. But I'm mostly Italian and Irish. I'm mostly Italian. I'm some Irish, English, Scottish, French, Spanish, and German. Actually, German's right below Irish. It's my third highest. So way the GME moving to our Russell 1000 could have very little price movement or volatility. Maybe if they do it all on unlit exchanges, right? I am not Puerto Rican. Wasn't he a teacher? I thought that was like really clear in the movie. He was like a high school teacher or something. I have, Renzer. But I did it through my doctor, so I wouldn't have to like give 23andMe my genetic information. Because like if I have like a relative or something that's a serial killer, I don't want them to get caught and it's my fault. This eye bags are ghastly. I think it's partially the shadow from the hat and the light that's right. I have a light right here. Less stink, more stonk. Ew. It's dipping. It's doing a dippity do. Oh, I definitely lived through the golden age of dubstep. No, probably not. I don't know. I guess cultural heritage is important. Pickles are important. We know this. I'm a white Canadian boy. I don't know the meaning of cultural heritage. Yeah, normal movement. Nothing to see here. We're just watching for fun. I don't know. Sure, JC, why not? 400 and a week. JC has dropped his prediction on us. Is my resistance line not showing up here? Oh, it is. It's just very dim. It's a very... Get her out before she joins the cult, Gravy. Show her that documentary about what they do to K-pop stars. I was promised a new floor. Wait for it, J Fresh. The market has to absorb this news. This is a shock. Hambadan is Elsa from Frozen. Are we gonna have Kool-Aid? What happens to K-pop stars? Bad things. They do bad things to them. It's like a system of indentured servitude. Yeah, exactly, Jim. I mean, obviously, they tried to keep us from obtaining that floor earlier today, right? As you see, sell volume increased. We're just chopping sideways right now. There's a little bit of shorting right here. Not very successful shorting, but shorting nonetheless. Totally unrelated. Anyone know how much a toddler goes for on the black market? Well, it depends. I would imagine you get what you pay for when you're purchasing toddlers. I wonder if it's like adopting a cat. Like you look for attentiveness. I already ate biscuits, David Simmons, with jam. Biscuits with jam. Yes, Jamie G, I know this story. And I hope one day that will be the story of Pickle Financial. I taped a pickle to my crotch and went outside screaming Long Johnson for a bit and got arrested. Well, I see you're back now, so I guess you made bail. Remember when I was talking about being banned on YouTube or something? I do. Toddler talk seems like a good way to get banned. What if they just want to adopt a child and give them a better life? It doesn't have to be pervy. Although I suspect that anybody who wanted to adopt a toddler, I would just assume they were a perv. Not you, Amanda Fisher. Adoption. I think the black market adoption market is generally frowned upon. Probably. Wait, it's weird. I don't have a kid, J Fresh. God, you guys with your assumptions. 15% of South Korea's entire economy gave Samsung apartment buildings. Because someone held yesterday, why would they sell today? Yeah, it's not a good day for shorts. I agree with you, Sam Jones. But is any day a good day for shorts? That's a pigeon whale. It could be. Have I captured my own personal pigeon whale? I don't know. I don't know, Jonathan. You seem healthy. I don't agree with that. If that's a euphemism for a little fat, you might be right. Short position on black market toddlers. I'm just saying there's a lot of assumptions from you guys about what's going on with my life. It's interesting. I like watching the speculation. We're trading at exactly 210 right now. Does anybody see that? Have you ever thought of Kenny as the good guy, holding the price down for all to buy? I like that alternative viewpoint. Maybe he shorted the stock to ensure that America's slightly poorer investor class could make billions. Maybe this was the game all along. The 0 cent guy is happy. What's the wildest speculation you've read so far about your life? I don't want to say because I don't want to keep more from coming in. Call it one of your first streams. No, I don't recall this. Maybe you could find the timestamp. Cool, Daddy. Then Kenny whistleblows on Citadel, collects the money, and looks like a hero. Exactly. Yeah, we all know Thomas Edison was a bastard. But history is written by the winners. I'm streaming from the future, Mr. Jayhawks. Not a time traveler. That's how I'm so calm, because I already know what's going to happen. Let's play a game. I mean, good luck. Can we have a Pickle Financial picnic? Ew. Like outside? Can't we just go to a restaurant? Let's do the perm thing again. Now you have to dye your beard white. Well, how much money do you want to throw at this, Julian? Maybe here's the clincher, right? Citadel, short GME. Kenneth Griffin, long. Imagine that. Imagine playing the other side. Like a hedge. If I worked at a hedge fund right now that was short GameStop, my personal accounts would be long GameStop. Why isn't it legal? Don't start another donation train. I mean, as much as I love donation trains, I've decided that I'm no longer going to accept money for that kind of thing. That was a rough week for everyone. I thought it'd be a good time, so I went along with it. But I will not be manipulated by you and your small amounts of cash. It won't happen. Would that be some kind of insider trading? Would it? He's not an insider. Insider trading has to involve an insider. That would just be betting against like a shitty position. That was the world. No, it's not the world's shortest term perm. Danionaire. My hair is still fucking curly. Don't get me started. I can't wash this shit out. Ken Griffin selling off his penthouse properties for GME YOLO money. I mean, if your goal is to obtain the mayonnaise, and you know that the company you run is in a shitty position, couldn't you bet against that company? I mean, you could, right? Now if he was like short Citadel Securities, like that would be insider trading. But if he's long GME, that wouldn't be. There's validity in this somewhere. What's your take on puts vanishing? I don't have one. I think they're still there. I don't know where they got that information from. I have a feeling you asked them to not put the permanent chemicals in your hair. Did you lie to us, Kirk? I did not. Well, they're all allies until they're enemies, right, Michael L? The first one out will be the first enemy. They will have broken the alliance and let the floodgates swing open. No, I'm not going to do any 1 second chart action right now. Is your cat okay, VegD? Okay, kitty? Is that a YouTube play button? I think there's smaller ones that might not bankrupt themselves getting out if they got out like now. Yeah, it's like an unemployment package or like a severance. Being long GME could just be the severance package for thousands of hedge fund workers. I mean, it works. Canola oil in my hair for a few hours. Oh, that's good to know. I have some cold pressed canola oil that I just bought from Whole Foods. Now I know what I'll be doing with it. That and seasoning my cast iron pans. Why do you think the smaller funds haven't bought back yet? I think some of them might have. Like, the coverage in smaller funds is not very relevant to any, like, the GME thesis. Some have probably covered, some are probably short at higher price points and haven't. Like Glacier. Fancy pan flex. Prefer lard for cast irons. It's got a like really low smoke point though, right? Tide is making the first laundry detergent for space. That's useful. Needed to reseason today. Thanks for the reminder. You know, Jim, of all the people in here, I would assume that you were the one that needed to reseason their cast iron today. So I'm glad I reminded you. Don't forget. It's important. You don't want your food to stick. So high doses of caffeine can cause you to hallucinate, hear voices, and sense the presence of dead people. Well, I don't have that much caffeine every day. Espresso, actually not super high in caffeine compared to other coffees. High concentration by volume, but the volume you have, it's very low. Oh, I have some carbon steel pans too. I think I have to cut my hair for GME to get the volume back. Is ghee the highest smoke point? I think there's higher ones. $60 milligrams of caffeine per shot of espresso? No. Set a buy limit at 205.50. Think we'll get there. It's not looking like it, but maybe. Jamie G spitting facts to make up for being wrong about it's okay. He knows we'll never forget. Use grapeseed oil. Yeah, grapeseed oil is really high, but it leaves like a weird film on cast iron when you use it to season. You only use grapeseed oil for seasoning. There's a kind of oil, I forget what it's called, that's like the best for seasoning like cast iron, but it's really expensive. So I just use canola oil. I know my caffeine. That's still not very much. Cocoa leaves are supposed to be a good prick me up. Did I do flax oil? I have a scan pan. That's like my non-stick pan for like omelets and things. Linseed is recommended. I think it maybe. I have another kind of oil that I use for my like knives, and I wonder it's called like Camilla. I wonder if I could use that to season my cast iron. I wonder how that would turn out. What's the smoke point on Camilla oil? Stop slacking and manipulate the stock. I've got Mr. Money Pickle Rich. He's right here. This is the manipulation. I'm being repressed. The SEC told me to delete my Twitter. Every time I've used grapeseed oil for seasoning pans, I get like a weird, disgusting film. Why are you oiling your knives? Oh, I have like carbon, like Japanese carbon steel knives. And if you like store them for a while without using them and you don't oil them, they'll rust. It's around 250C, higher than olive oil. Interesting. Maybe I should try Camilla oil for my pansies. I've never tried that. Now I'm curious. Oriental knife flex. I I spend a lot of money, a lot of my money on bullshit for my kitchen. And then I don't use it as often as I would like. Seasoning just mean burning the oil, sort of. You're essentially filling like the little microscopic pores in the iron with oil, and then it creates like a carbonized surface that's non-stick. You get your knives at Corin. I've bought like one knife from them. Well, I'm using it to season a pan. I'm not eating it. Japanese knives are chef's kiss. Yeah, I know. How do you wash the pan without washing the oil away? You don't use soap. That'd be Avocado oil or coconut oil are the best choices for cooking. I use coconut occasionally for cooking. I usually use olive oil when I'm cooking, but I make a lot of Italian food, so CNBC and the Food Network. If you're getting a film, it needs more time. Salt on a rag. Yeah. You can also get like one of those chainmail scrubbers. I have like a little pump bottle that I keep on my stove, like a little spray bottle that's got avocado and coconut oil in it. It's hoping for no effort to wait and be rich. Well, they're waiting for the people to drop out where it does take an effort for them to wait. Like the season, like the this like creating boredom is very effective. It's a very effective strategy. Yeah, we're talking about another level of knives, Flaccid Pickle, than Wusthof and Shun. I have like a knife block of Wusthof knives. They're fine. They're like good, like easy to use. The people in my house don't fuck them up. But like Japanese knives, like handmade Japanese knives, whew, sharp. Real sharp. Sir, they have a streamer. None of them seem bored anymore. Well, we have so many things to talk about, right? Are you saying that my Rachel Ray knives aren't top tier? No, they're definitely not. I got my grilled cheese with the katana. No, they're not. They don't make them like samurai. They're not made like samurai swords. They're forged. Yeah, I have sharpening my knives. I have actually cut myself really badly, and it was the knife was so sharp that I didn't even start bleeding for like a minute. I don't want to have this conversation with the internet because people are going to start bringing up their like Cutco cutlery, and I'm just going to get angry. Breakout incoming? I mean, we've got enough consolidation, right? And it's real flat, so usually this does lead to some sort of movement. VG10 steel. I think mine are like Kurosawa Blue #2. VG10's good. I don't have any. I don't think I have any knives that are VG10, but it's a solid like knife steel. Kurosawa Blue. Carbon steel is definitely not food grade. It is. Sharpening rod or whetstone. If you have Japanese knives, you should be using a whetstone. You shouldn't ever use a honing rod. It's a honing rod, not a sharpening rod. Honing rods just so like after you use your knife for a while, the edge of the blade gets all like ripply, and a honing rod kind of straightens that out. It straightens those ripples out, but it doesn't actually create a new edge on the knife. Like it doesn't sharpen the knife. Aogami Super Blue. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. You know, I actually have a Mercer knife, and it's not bad. I have a Valerian steel sword. Sporks never need sharpening. The angle, I think like 14 degrees on the main edge. And then it's like 10 on the other side. They're not symmetric. They have like an asymmetric edge. They're like 80. My main like chef's knife or Gyoto is like I think it's 80-20 is like the bevel like angle. So it's like 15 degrees and then like 10 or 5 on the opposite side. Obsidian knife. I love monocle pickle. Me too, man. Tujuros are like a really good like entry level Japanese knife. Or they used to be. I don't know if they still are. I used to have one a long time ago and I dropped it on my floor and it chipped really bad and I've just never gotten it fixed. But can you cut cans like my Kinsu? I would never cut a can with one of those knives. They're like $400. You don't cut cans with them. Yeah, sharpen your knife regularly, even if you don't have a good, like, an expensive one. I mean, like, the biggest difference there, right, is that, like, a more expensive knife just holds the edge much longer. They have better, like, geometry, but my sword starts to glow when I walk by Citadel HQ. Short Crest, the slayer of the shorts. Yeah, there's a good way to tell if your knife's a piece of shit. If it came in a set of other knives. Is there a reason? Yeah, there's a reason, Nick Rogers. And that's that the buyers and sellers have reached an equilibrium. And so the price of the stock goes nowhere. Hey, it's better than 200 all day, right, Evan? Don't forget that yesterday we were at 200 all day. So if we can go up $10 a day forever, I'm okay with that. Our volume's actually still not that bad. We're at 6 million volume right now. I mean, it's not good by any means, but it's not the worst. The struggle is actually pretty real, though. I don't. I have a Victorinox. It's like $30. It's like one of the best knives I have. Are you sideways trading guy? No. I'm not a connoisseur. For anybody that wants like a super good knife, they're probably on sale for Prime Day. The Victorinox, like the people who make Swiss Army knife or Swiss Army knives, their chef's knife, 8 to 10 inches, just a solid knife. It can do anything you need it to do in the kitchen. And it's like $30. I haven't ever read Bourdain's Kitchen Confidential. This just comes from me. Well, I own one. Hey. No, you won't, Austin. Can it make my wife love me again? It can. I'm not going to say that. We boofing knives now. That is not recommended. Post MOASS knife set as a gift. Don't care about the price. What am I getting? Go to Japan and buy them. Globals are okay. I don't like their handles. They're very slippery. The kitchen, when I worked as like when I worked at like doing prep. So I worked doing prep for like 6 months when I was in school in this kitchen, and as like a prep chef, and like they had global knives, and I fucking hated them. Like the second my hands were dirty, they would just like slip out of your hands. They were the worst. You have a lot of chef knife knowledge for only being. I mean, I worked in a lot of restaurants, and I was always like pretty good friends with the guys in the kitchen. I know, like a few of my friends are chefs. Yeah, they're fine for like in the kitchen because like you're never gonna get like that dirty with them, but they're not my favorite. Don't product placement. Why? I'm not getting paid. Victorinox is not paying me. Actually, according to YouTube's terms of service, I would have to declare if they were. They're not. My daily is a Masahiro. Those are good. Yeah, don't buy like a knife block is really good advice. Oh, is it FCC rules? I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm not being paid to talk about these knives. New knife or one share? That's a tough choice. I mean, one share, because you could buy a bunch of knives with one share, right? But do you need the knife right now? Yeah, JPow's talking today at 2, which might be why everything's just dead. I don't do enough cooking to justify spending a lot on cooking materials. Yeah, that's fine then. Do we really want to hear him talk again? I don't. I'm having much more fun talking about nonsense. About muscle and white steel. Well, you'll get to see those when I turn this into a cooking channel. / beauty products. Is the volume getting lower and lower per candlestick? It really is. This is ridiculous. Look at this. I mean, the bid ask spread's kind of narrow. But yeah, not a lot of movement. Rocket League? I have a friend who's super good at it, but I don't really play it much. I own it, but I don't play it a lot. I had a pickle ranch salad from Costco yesterday. I had a buttermilk fried chicken Caesar salad last night for dinner, and it was so good. And they had like some 3-cheese mac and cheese, which was also amazing. There was aged cheddar, Gruyere, and Swiss. Ooh, guys, look. Ah, I just got goosebumps everywhere. Goose, goose pimples, goose pickles. I've never had a deep fried pickle, but it sounds not tasty. I've seen them on menus, but I've refused to eat them. I like my pickles fresh and crispy. If you did a cooking channel, I would definitely watch. Awesome. Good to know I have at least one viewer. For my cooking channel. Post MOASS cooking channel. We'll like cook a dinner and talk about good long-term investments. Stock likes the cheesy talk. Either eat or make. To make beef, it's like beef, or I guess you could use other things, but it's sukiyaki to make. I'm not very good at making Japanese food. Um, and then to eat sushi, like 100%. I've never eaten a butterfly. I've eaten a cricket and a honey ant. Hmm. Interesting. Maybe I'll try them. Have you ever eaten Norwegian food? Yeah, I mean, at one point I had like some sandwich. Like it was, I don't know. It wasn't a sandwich. It was like a piece of bread with some shit on top. I think it was Norwegian. Lots of lots of pickled fish, perms and pies. RSI immediately into overbought. It is RSI on the 1 minute. If we go out to like I mean, there's some volume on that, but yeah, if we go out to the 5 minute, RSI is beginning to come up. Reverse repo at 791 billion. Double Gloucester. Ooh. I don't have restless leg syndrome. It's just my legs keep falling asleep because I sit here for 8 hours. Veg D, thank you so much. How's your cat doing? I didn't see. Would you drink snake sake? Sure, why not? Ortolan? No. Maybe? No, I don't think so. Will you be able to give us culinary advice? Yes. And I will give lots of it. Frequently. It's the Danes that do the sandwiches. All right. Well, you know, I tried. It's called S'morebroad, and it's delicious. It was good. That's awesome, Veg D. I'm so glad your cat's doing all right. Sitting in a kitchen chair or something? Guess to get that waterfall edge, keep your legs healthy. No, I'm in an office chair. It's probably too small for me. I never spent a lot of time in it until recently, though, so. I'm not giving you my business ideas, Thunder Fury. Hot dogs are sausages. Hot dogs are. I can eat a hot. Like I grew up poor enough that like I'll eat a hot dog, but I'm very particular about how my hot dogs are prepared. I have a lot of weird hot dog things. I have a Secret Labs chair, and it's fantastic. I think that's the one that like I want to order. It's like the Titan XL, but I don't know if I want to get that first or a standing desk. I feel like I'd rather have a standing desk. Would you eat a Vienna sausage? No, and no amount of money would ever convince me to do that. Do you stream cooking advice during the mass? No, because you guys will just get like weird false signals. You'll try to like pull something out of it. Neither. I don't put either on my hot dogs. Spam or bologna? Uh, bologna. I don't really like spam. Only thing I'll eat spam on is like a spam musubi. It's too salty. Yeah, no. I've seen people eat hot dogs right out of the package, and it disgusts me. I don't toast the bun. I steam it just a little bit. I think that's what I'm gonna do with like the current donation money that I have is I'm gonna buy that chair and a standing desk. But I'm still doing research on the standing desk. I like that chair though. No, I'll eat musubi, but that's the only like spam thing I'll eat. The Secret Labs Titan XL, I think, was the chair I want to get. The standing desk budget is like 800. Because I also want to get a market data service for like the stream. So I'm that's like the other thing I want to pick up. Here's the problem that I'm having is like finding reviews for people my height on the desks, because a lot of them have like stability issues when they're all the way up. Spot is cheaper. So I'm trying to find like more information on what's going to be the most stable in its like high position. How tall am I? 6'3". $300 for a corner standing desk, electric and everything. 6 months works great. Check out fully standing desks. Just DM me if you have like a good recommendation. DM me so I can remember it after the stream's over. Or if you can, that would be appreciated. Yeah, it's really hard to find reviews from people. I found a few from people taller than me and my height. Do you think the Longwells have been politely asked to refrain from investing? I don't know. All I know is this stock will go up. How's the stability? Not another Dan. Like at max height. Because I have like a lot of stuff on my desk. Multiple monitors, like my microphone setup. I just use 2 TV trays. I'm 6'3". That's like gross short volume though, greedy Deadman. You actually have to take the buy sell volume for the day, right? To determine the net short position carried over day to day. You have to you subtract the buy volume from the short volume and then multiply the total volume for the day by the percentage you have left over. Yeah, I'm 6'3". fabricate one. A big thank you, chat, for forgiveness. Later, awkward loan. Oh, okay, JD. Yeah, if you could, man, that'd be awesome. Yeah, you didn't miss anything, Daniel. Oh, I've banned them. It's just it has different names. I care, VegD. Is it in the general chat? Is this Mr. Pickles? Do you feel that being 6'3" has enabled you to make hard to reach trades? I don't think your height matters. In the general. I can rename him Mr. Pickles if you'd like. No, you can't change his name. He's 17 years old. It doesn't move when it's up. Okay, so uplift is what I should look into. Masamoto Suzuki. Tsukiji. Short trades are much more difficult. It's much easier to go long. You get basketball. Not really. I never liked basketball. I played football in high school, but yeah. That was it. Does my back hurt? Not really. Thoughts on any other 3x parent ETFs? Trading at $5 at 32K and 09. They split though, Josh. So like the potential for it to hit 32K again is probably slim. There's SPXS, there's SDAO, there's SQQQ. Those are all 3x weighted. Can I get fulfill my goal today? It's so Rob, right? I know I'm mispronouncing it, but I can't remember the proper pronunciation. So Rob. The number of people I see thinking leverage ETFs will go to 5 digits. Yeah. I mean, I'd like them to go above 40. Like, I'd like the SPXS to go above 40. I'd be okay with that. Oh, just so you guys know, when I say I played football in high school, I mean like American football, which is more akin to rugby than soccer. 3x. You'll use part of that to daily accrued losses. Yeah, I agree, character name. You should not invest in 3x ETFs if you don't understand them. Although, if the market crashes 40%, 3x ETF will grow far more than 120%. It grows 3 times on basis points, right? No, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, it's 3 times as a percentage. Elliott Waves guy. Anyway, thanks for the analysis. And peace be with you. Hope you stay calm for me and everyone else. You're welcome, awkward. Play JR Prime. Good luck with Clove, dude. I've seen a lot of people lose money on that stock. Among Us Gaming Night. I've never even played that game. I own it, but I've never played it. It got too popular, and then I wasn't interested in it. A WeBull deposit for options is taking forever. Yeah, it's like T+5, Jonathan. As a fellow near 6'3", do you think that just fuck you? I think Jay's past speech today would be worth watching. No. I mean, we'll know if he says something bad, right? Because the market will dump. It's hard to say, Mark. They're rules enacted by self-regulatory bodies. So like they haven't done anything about the situation that got us here. They've imposed some rules which mostly seem to protect their own ass. We'll see how they're enforced. I'm not that popular. Walking dad jokes. But maybe. With your height, can you not see over the cell walls? How did you guys... This has definitely come up before. How did you guys not know how tall I was? All right. That's enough of this. Yeah, I know. There's only like 1,000 people in here. That's not insane. It's not like there's like 30,000 people watching, right? Do people say the squeeze will be a million plus a share because technically it can be infinite? A couple of months ago, I think people were saying like 1K a share. I mean, back in January, yeah. But yeah, the potential is technically infinite. Things have changed since January. There's been, fundamental changes, changes in our understanding of the short interest on the stock, changes in our understanding of how much of the stock retail owns. Somebody say 30% inflation. Dude, I swear to God, someone like linked me a news article where they were talking about like 20% inflation. Maybe if we just start talking about how hard GameStop is running, then GameStop will run. Like maybe the YouTube algorithm can get us out of this chop also. God damn. Are you guys going to start every question with as someone who is also 6'3" or as someone who is 6'3"? Someone who is also 6'3", Wind Moon. Guys are ridiculous. Why has this become a thing? This has definitely been discussed in chat previously. Daniel Rock, I'm 3'6". That's how I want to imagine you. There's no little baby bull flag, Chris. Don't make up technical indicators because you're bored. Can we get a 6'3" emote? Absolutely not. I'm not encouraging this. A bunch of people asked me. Will it make me 6? Fuck you guys. All right, I'm ending the stream for the day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Fucking Dan's. Why is it ending early? Psyched out us audio listeners. I'm sorry. Yeah, like Euro Gorilla's I'm 6'2" and 8 inches joke has been spammed in the stream almost every day since its inception. This isn't a dating profile. Did 002's approved? Oh. God, I wish the stock could just go up. So I don't have to hear any more of these roast our dating profiles. I'll pass. It's stupid. It's OBV and Elliott Wave guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are... You're taking all the fun out of this for me. Let's talk about knives more and kitchen stuff. Does anybody here have a stand mixer? I don't really have that much dating advice. Fuck. That's something I'm gonna buy post MOASS. I didn't watch Good Will Hunting yesterday. I was gonna watch The Departed. I almost did, and then I didn't. I got a free one from Amazon. So, like last year, Amazon sent me a stand mixer that I never bought or ordered, um, and then told me to keep it. But it's like a Cuisinart, and it's kind of a piece of shit. And I can't lower the paddle, so there's like this 1 millimeter area of clearance between the bowl and the mixing head, and I've just given up on it. Maybe I'll just give it away for the next technical analysis winner. Inverse head and shoulders? No, flat. Zach Smith, completely flat. Why are you trying to read technical indicators from a flat stock? I actually want to watch all the or Little Pretty Things, or it's something. It's on HBO. I forget what it's called, but it has Jared Leto in it, and that kind of makes me not want to watch it because he's an insufferable prick. Wants to win a blender. Do you get more chicks being tall or being a YouTube streamer? I'd imagine you get more chicks if you don't ask questions like that. All the Little Things is terrible. I mean, I wouldn't spend money to see it. I would be able to see it for free. Well, not for free. I do pay for HBO. I don't know why. Mostly for the Looney Tunes. I really like watching Bugs Bunny all day. Can I win a Plenter instead? You killed him? Yeah, but I can't use that for dough, grizzled primate. Oh, you're saying I can buy the KitchenAid attachment for my Cuisinart stand mixer. Interesting. You know, what would help more is if I could adjust the head height on it. It's Bugs Bunny. I don't know what Bugs Bunny, how, like, what his height is. Are you gonna stream the JPOW meeting? No. It's not a meeting. He's testifying or talking to Congress. They're. I didn't really like either one of them as the Joker. Honestly, I think the best Joker so far has been Joaquin Phoenix. What height is the mixer right now? 6'3". I had to. I couldn't help myself. Marvin the Martian greater than Taz. Taz is not greater than Bugs Bunny. I don't owe you shit, Wolfie. Alright, you will get banned for saying height. That's not a real word. Are we not at the 225-ish floor? No, we're just not there yet, man. There's volume, but we're trading sideways. They're clearly trying to keep the price down. It has a height adjustment screw, but it's just like jammed. Like I can't. It's a fucking flathead screw, which pisses me off no end. But then like it won't turn at all in either direction. I think I need to start reviewing kitchen equipment. I need somebody on YouTube to tell me something is a piece of shit before I buy it on Amazon. That could be my new role. Put some Croyle on it. I'm 6'5". Use a Dremel with a wheel cutting disc and cut a new slot for a screwdriver. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, I'm gonna have to do that because it's like the screw's already almost stripped from me trying to tighten it more. Mutation stuff and takes. Why would I take steroids? You know, because of the implication. What's the implication? Matt Kors is 6'4". Good for him. I hope he hits his head on a bunch of shit every day like I do. Yeah, Dr. K, I'd love to rate your technical analysis. Is this for the intraday? Yes. It's fine. Yeah. We're in a very, very slight uptrend. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't use like ascending or descending wedges like that on low time scales though. They're kind of just useless. Like you want to go to at least like 30 minutes to determine those. They usually occur over like at least multiple days. Cucumber Financial. See, there's two theories behind this. One, shorts are suppressing the price. That's theory number one. It's possible, right? Two, nobody fucking cares. These are like, we care, but that doesn't mean the market at large cares. I mean, Powell's about to speak before Congress. GameStop is not like the forefront of the financial world's mind right now. So I would say it's probably a combination of those two things. Legible handwriting. 10 out of 10 would read again. Some e-pen. What happened to changing to Pi-Fi? I'm still thinking about it, Ben. I thought maybe with the introduction of the second Twitch stream, I could somehow... writes with his pickle. I suspect Nargles. Your video stream is looping like you're dropping frames or something. I might be. It looks like I had a little latency issue like about 6 minutes ago. I don't know, just refresh. Usually refreshing fixes all the problems. Are we gonna watch JPOW? Do we want to? We'll feel more patient, Mr. Diggs. I don't know what to tell you, man. Even if it kicks off now, it's gonna take a while to get to, you know, the tasty prices. Several days, maybe. Ah, God. I gotta pull up. I've got to watch this on Bazinga? Hold on. As when? Oh, no. Bad YouTube channel. Oh, here we go. Nope, that's Yahoo Finance. Oh, Fox Business. Here we go. Federal Reserve.
What is the Fed?
Is no. Is. I don't see anything on the Fed channel. Check DMs.
What is the Fed?
Oh.
The Federal Reserve,
Thank you.
referred to as the Fed.
It's 2:02 p.m. Why can't our government do shit on time? This is embarrassing. The entire world is watching this right now. Able to cover between. Yeah, it's possible. All right, let me make sure my OBS is up. All right, I'll let you guys know if the stock stops trading sideways. Yeah, get your SPXS calls ready. SPXS Moonwind. Well, it would moon if the market crashes. The link to watch this. Manual toothbrush, Paco. What are the biggest differences? The indices they track, Corey? Watch them be 30 minutes late. Yeah, seriously. This is bullshit. Oh, nice, Walker. How many of you people joined because this was a pickle channel and then bought GameStop? That's my question. Is anything going to happen with this? Is DC on a different time zone now? What is GameStop? Dr. K, you've been here since day one, dude. I ended up buying pickle futures. Oh, this was a Wendy's. This is not, sir, this is not a Wendy's. Fox Business is live. All right.
Now get down to 1.
He looks like he's in trouble.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
What fucking headphones am I connected to right now?
2, 1. Good afternoon.
Oh, there we go.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. himself for an opening statement. I am pleased to welcome Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Thank you for being here today, Chair Powell.
Volume imperceptible. No, we're going up.
Fed's response to the economic crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic, the current state of the recovery, and what steps we must take to ensure a
More
strong,
cowbell.
sustainable, and
It's all the way
equitable
up.
economic future. The pandemic resulted in the loss of over 22 million jobs. In March 2020, Congress passed the CARES Act, which allocated up to $500 billion for emergency lending by the Fed, including for loans to
Look at his
small and
arms
medium-sized
crossed. Look how
businesses,
defensive he is.
as well as states
He does. I
and
like this.
municipalities. The lending programs established by the Fed for these recipients helped prevent some economic damages, but were limited
Drop
in their
pickle in his ear.
effectiveness. The Fed's Municipal Liquidity Facility sought to provide much-needed emergency lending to state and local governments. But the program's restrictions limited its impact at a time when many states and localities were in dire need. During the crisis, state and local governments shed 1.5 million jobs, and there is little evidence that the Municipal Liquidity Facility saved jobs or led to their return. The Fed's
Jerome
Main
Powell's
Street
using
lending
a
program
blue
similarly
Papermate ballpoint pen.
imposed restrictions that made its loans unattractive
These are the
to
austerity
struggling
measures I was
businesses
talking about.
and partner banks.
Notice how it's not like a Mont Blanc.
Today's hearing will help us learn from the shortcomings of these programs and the Fed's
It
efforts
looked like he had some
to
graphs
improve
there.
its future
Jerome
crisis
Powell doing
response
TA.
capabilities.
J. Powell's drawing
The
pickles.
Fed has admirably highlighted the toll of economic crisis on the American people and its unequal impact on Black, brown, and low-income workers. The Fed's report last
That's
month
hand sanitizer, not
on the
lotion.
economic well-being of the United States households in 2020 shows that Black and brown Americans suffered disproportionate economic pain last year. I look forward to hearing from Chair Powell today on how we can continue to make the recovery more equitable. Congress and the Biden-Harris administration have accelerated the
scowl.
recovery. As Chair Powell predicted in late March, the dramatic ramp-up in the
He's writing his
vaccination
DD right
campaign,
now.
which occurred as a result of the Biden administration's leadership with support from Congress in the American Rescue Plan, has enabled,
What's
and
he
I
doing
quote
with
him
his
here,
teeth?
us to reopen the economy sooner than
It's like he's
might
trying
have
to
been expected.
Reposition his
The
dentures.
American Rescue Plan also delivered desperately needed financial assistance, which has been and will continue to be a lifeline for American families. The American Rescue Plan provided direct relief checks, extended unemployment, and increased health care access. And we have seen the results of that extraordinary action.
He's trying to dislodge the side.
Over the last 4 months, the economy has added over 1.6 million jobs,
How do you guys get hyped up about
and new
these
unemployment
things?
insurance claims have
Nothing
dropped
ever happens during these.
significantly.
Chill out.
As Chair Powell predicted in March, Congress's aggressive action to provide fiscal
Where's his
relief
mustache?
through the American Rescue Plan is accelerating the return to full employment.
What the hell is on the end of that
But
mic?
there's more work to do.
It's like a little sock.
There's still 7.6 million fewer jobs
Looks like somebody
than
cut the
before the
end off a
pandemic.
tie and threw
with
it on
Black
the end
and
of the
brown
mic.
Americans still unemployed
Like,
at
yeah, we don't have a pop
disproportionately
filter. Sorry.
high rates.
It's a pickle mic.
As Chair Powell said earlier this year, to raise Americans'
Switch
standard
to
of
the
living
page
over the
drag
long
channel.
term,
Hold on, I need to get rid of
Congress
this.
must make investments to increase the productivity of the economy. I agree. And Congress is working to do just that.
This
The
cameraman
American Jobs Plan
hates
and
his
the American
fucking job
Families
so
Plan
much.
will make the investments we need to ensure a strong,
Imagine your
sustainable,
job
and
being
equitable
filming these meetings.
economic recovery. The American Jobs Plan will sustainably modernize our transportation infrastructure, bring affordable household access to millions of Americans, build schools and housing, upgrade water and power systems, and create well-paying jobs for essential home care workers. The American Families Plan will invest in preschool and higher education, allow parents to return to the workforce by providing child care assistance, and support families by extending the American Rescue Plan's expanded child tax credit. Congress is working hard, crafting legislation to enact the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan so that we will build back better in our recovery from the pandemic. I look forward to hearing from Chair Powell about what else we can do to ensure that our country's economic policy is effective, efficient, and equitable. Thank you for being here, Chair
Are you guys
Powell. I
in
now yield to the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also welcome Federal Reserve Chairman Powell. Thank you for being with us, and look forward to having an interesting conversation about the state of our economy. But I first want to begin by making sure to reiterate a point that we've been making for over a year, and that is that House Democrats still refuse to hold a hearing on the origin of COVID-19. If this virus did in fact leak from the Wuhan lab, by the way, which a growing mountain of evidence now indicates is the real possibility, everyone in this country and around the world who has been touched by this evil virus deserves to know what happened and how it happened. Given the Chinese Communist Party's documented cover-up and lies, every member of the subcommittee should agree. If this is a man-made virus, then this is exponentially worse than Chernobyl. Yet not a single hearing by the House Democrat majority. 209 House Republicans wrote Speaker Pelosi asking that the committees of jurisdiction simply hold hearings. I've asked repeatedly that this select subcommittee hold a hearing on this important topic. We were told that the Science Committee is looking into it.
Science
Chairman,
Committee?
Every single Republican member of the Science
Side
Committee
note,
signed this
none of
letter
them
to Speaker
scientists.
Pelosi. The Science Committee hasn't even scheduled a hearing on this subject. Not a single committee
With the gentleman.
has indicated clearly that Speaker Pelosi has sent word that the House will not investigate the origins of COVID-19. We're amid a long global competition with China. Much of the world
Obviously
must decide
fucking
whose
nothing. They're all
values to
just like,
espouse
this is what
and with
happens. They
whom
all
to
just
align.
talk about their own
Speaker Pelosi
fucking
and the
political
House of Representatives
agenda.
should not be covering up for China's lies
GameStop going
and
up.
potential crimes.
Yeah, more
We
fun
should be
when
coming
MOASS.
together on a bipartisan basis to search for those answers and shine the light of transparency on the origin of this virus to the world, and to do it on a bipartisan basis. I urge you to reconsider and schedule a hearing on the origins of COVID-19 without further delay, Mr. Chairman. Now let's get back to the focus of today's hearing, the economic crisis. Chairman Powell, welcome back to this subcommittee. We appreciate your openness and accessibility during these challenging times. Inflation has been defined as too much money chasing too few goods. It also happens to be a nearly exact description of the Biden economic plan. Last year, Congress worked together on a bipartisan basis to provide much-needed relief from the government-imposed lockdowns. Americans
GameStop
did not
trading
know
at
a whole lot about this
212.55.
novel coronavirus, and we did not at the time have a vaccine. Some in Congress used this crisis to spend trillions of dollars on things that had little or nothing to do with COVID. We still have hundreds of billions of dollars from the many relief packages that are still left unspent. We also learned that the revenue shortfalls some predicted state and local governments would face were dramatically inaccurate. Congress provided hundreds of billions in aid to states that are running billions of dollars in surpluses. This is borrowed money, keep in mind. Republicans have a clear set of policies for the economy. Since we passed the initial CARES Act last year on a bipartisan basis, Republicans at the national and state level have called for schools to be reopened to get in-person learning going again. We've called for an end to enhanced unemployment and other policies that discourage people from going back to work. We called for full, from the beginning, support for Operation Warp Speed, because that is what got us not one, not two, but now 3 safe and effective vaccines. We've also called for safely reopening our economy and for repurposing the unused COVID funds for real infrastructure, not with job-killing taxes that would actually slow our economy down even more. We're focused on growing our economy and increasing supply of workers,
thanks to the
expanded
donation
investment,
for him.
and for
I
bringing
did not.
back jobs to America, strengthening supply chains, and returning the American people to a country that is open and free. 25 Republican governors have moved to end the enhanced unemployment insurance program that is clearly causing so many of these labor shortages we see around the nation. The Biden inflation agenda of too much money chasing too few goods is causing major harm to hardworking families. A $1.9 trillion COVID bill that had almost nothing to do with COVID, but airdropped more borrowed money into the economy while restricting supply. Canceling the Keystone Pipeline. Siding with teachers' union bosses to keep schools closed when the science said to open up the schools. Causing long-term damage to millions of our youngest children. Extending the enhanced unemployment insurance and paying people more to stay home than to work. And alarmingly, President Biden actually wants to give away our intellectual property for the vaccine.
Dude,
to
Jerome
China.
Powell has some fucking
On top
great
of that,
posture.
he's proposed a
almost like he has
$3.5
like a
trillion
rod
tax hike that will
or
crush
something
American
up his
workers,
ass.
small businesses, and family farms. He wants a higher tax rate than communist China. Add to that, he wants another $4 trillion of spending. Too much money chasing too few goods. Welcome to the Biden inflation agenda. The Washington Post lead story yesterday said, quote, the U.S. economy is emerging from the coronavirus pandemic markedly transformed as businesses and consumers struggle to adapt to a new landscape with higher prices, fewer workers, and a range of inconveniences. They go on to say, what Americans are encountering, though, is almost unrecognizable from just 16 months ago. Prices are up. Housing is scarce. It takes months longer than normal to get furniture, appliances, and numerous parts delivered. And there is a great dislocation between millions of unemployed workers and millions of vacant jobs. The Washington Post is hardly a conservative news outlet. Larry Summers, top economic advisor to both President Clinton and President Obama, has been warning since February that President Biden's agenda is inflationary. The Consumer Price Index is up the most since 2008. The 6.2% increase in the Producer Price Index is the highest on record. Milk is up 5%. Bacon is up 13%. Used cars are up 30%.
Holy shit.
Transportation
Bacon's up 13%.
The list goes on, unfortunately.
MOASS
Housing
confirmed.
prices are soaring, and economists are warning of
Pork
rental
belly
prices.
futures through the roof.
The cost of building new homes has made it prohibitive for home builders, restricting supply while flooding the economy with cash. Inflation is outpacing wage gains the past few months.
I have too
In the
much
first 5
respect
months
for
of
the
Biden
cameraman.
presidency, 500,000 fewer jobs were created than in the last 5 months of the Trump administration. And the Biden administration started with approved vaccines already in place on day one. Chairman Powell, these Biden inflationary policies have put you in a tough spot. I have confidence, Chairman Powell, that the Fed has tools to deal with inflation, but those tools are harsh. Raising interest rates and constricting the money supply They work, but as we saw with Paul Volcker, it causes tremendous pain. The job of taming inflation belongs to Congress and this administration. Take the $4 trillion in new spending proposals off the table. Send a message to the markets that we will do a bipartisan infrastructure bill that is paid for with unused COVID relief money. There's plenty of it. Let's agree to end the enhanced UI, drop the massive tax hikes. President Biden proposed shipping jobs overseas with many of his agenda items. Why don't we reverse that? Why don't we come together on a bipartisan basis to focus on getting a long and sustained recovery from this pandemic? That would be a good start. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Scalise. Chair Powell, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. Without objection.
Oh, dude, readjust the camera back to the starting position.
Part of the record.
Come on.
Mr. Powell, you're now recognized for your opening statement.
Bored. Never. Damn straight. Also,
Thank you, Chairman
up $3.
Ranking Member Scalise and other members of the Select Subcommittee for the opportunity to update you on our ongoing measures to address the hardship wrought by the pandemic. Since we last met, the economy has shown sustained improvement. Widespread vaccinations have joined unprecedented monetary and fiscal policy actions in providing strong support for the recovery. Indicators of economic activity and employment have continued to strengthen, and real GDP this year appears to be on track to post its fastest rate of increase in decades. Much of this rapid growth reflects the continued bounce back in activity from depressed levels. The sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic remain weak, but have shown improvement. Household spending is rising at a rapid pace, boosted by the ongoing reopening of the economy, fiscal support, and accommodative financial conditions. The housing sector is strong, and business investment is increasing at a solid pace. In some industries, near-term supply constraints are restraining activity. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have continued to improve, although the pace has been uneven. The unemployment rate remained elevated in May at 5.8%, and this figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market has not moved up from the low rates that have prevailed for most of the last year. Job gains should pick up in coming months as vaccinations rise, easing some of the pandemic-related factors currently weighing them down. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been the hardest hit. In particular, despite progress, joblessness continues to fall disproportionately on low-wage workers in the service sector and on African Americans and Hispanics. The Fed pursues monetary policy aimed at fostering a strong, stable economy that can improve economic outcomes for all Americans. Those who have historically been left behind stand the best chance of prospering in a strong economy with plentiful job opportunities. And our economy will be stronger and perform better when everyone can contribute to and share in the benefits of prosperity. Inflation has increased notably in recent months. This reflects, in part, the very low readings from early in the pandemic falling out of the calculation, the pass-through of price increases in oil prices to consumer energy prices, the rebound in spending as the economy continues to reopen, and the exacerbating factor of supply bottlenecks, which have limited how quickly production in some sectors can respond in the near term. As these transitory supply effects abate, inflation is expected to drop back toward our longer-run goal. The pandemic continues to pose risks to the economic outlook. Progress on vaccinations has limited the spread of COVID-19 and will likely continue to reduce the effects of the public health crisis on the economy. However, the pace of vaccinations has slowed, and new strains of the virus remain a risk. Continued progress on vaccinations will support a return to more normal economic conditions. The Fed's policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. In response to the crisis, we took broad and forceful measures to more directly support the flow of credit in the economy and to promote the stability of the financial system at the onset of the pandemic. Our actions, taken together, helped to unlock more than $2 trillion of funding to support businesses large and small, nonprofits, and state and local governments between April and December of 2020. This, in turn, helped keep organizations from shuttering and put employers in a better position to keep workers on and to hire them back as the recovery continues. Our facilities were designed as backstops to private credit marks, not as replacements. Once lenders and investors understood that borrowers would have access to emergency loans, conditions improved. For example, yields and spreads on municipal bonds started to fall dramatically following the announcement that some municipal notes would be eligible at our money fund facility and that we were opening the municipal liquidity facility. This is detailed in the charts accompanying my testimony. Over the succeeding months, issuance of municipal debt surged. Over the period from April to December 2020, state and local governments and other muni issuers borrowed almost $380 billion in the private markets at extremely attractive rates, and 2020 as a whole saw the highest volume of municipal issuance on record. We've deployed these lending tools to an unprecedented extent, and our emergency lending tools require the approval of the Treasury and are available only in unusual and exigent circumstances, such as those brought on by the crisis. Many of these programs were supported by funding from the CARES Act. Those facilities provided essential support through a very difficult year, and they are now closed. We continue to analyze the facility's efficacy and to review the lessons learned from their establishment and operation, and additional analysis is included in my written testimony. To wrap up, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to support the economy for as long as it takes to complete the recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell. Each member will now have 5 minutes for questions. The Chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Chair Powell, as you have suggested in the past, our delivery of direct assistance to the American people, and I'm quoting you here, is going to wind up very much accelerating the return of full employment. You have also observed, and I'm quoting you again, the economic
well, if I understood
downturn
the
has
first
not fallen equally
congressman correctly,
on all Americans. We have observed that in
no, it's
our
the federal
own
money
communities,
printer.
and I know the Fed has
Kirk, stop
extensive data
fidgeting.
that are backing it up and is looking closely at steps that can be taken to address economic disparities.
This is the best Fed stream I've ever.
Now, my question is, why do you believe that economic equity is important for the strength of our economy as a whole and necessary to successfully fulfill the Fed's core mandate of price stability and maximum employment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So disparities in economic outcomes along various lines have been a persistent and growing feature of our economy for several decades. We can contribute to addressing those through our tools. It does, of course, take a much broader set of policies from the legislature to really make significant progress on this. So what we can do really is to focus principally on the employment mandate and to assure that we achieve maximum employment, which we now define as a broad and inclusive goal, meaning we will not just look at the headline numbers for unemployment, we'll look at all kinds of measures of unemployment, including unemployment and employment for various groups, ethnic groups, gender
Economic
groups, and things like
asparagus?
that. We'll look at
Oh, shit. I'm sorry to
as
hear
a
that,
broad and
man.
inclusive goal. We will also, under our new framework,
Let us
respond to
know what's going
shortfalls
on.
only in full employment. We will not raise interest rates preemptively because we think employment is too high, because we fear the possible onset of inflation. Instead, we will wait for actual evidence of actual inflation or other imbalances. So that's the most important thing that we can do. I mean, I think the point is that There's a growing realization, really, across the political spectrum that we need
Lane
to
Judy
achieve
kissed his
more
cheek
inclusive
earlier.
prosperity. Real incomes at the lower end of the spectrum have stagnated relative to those at the top. Mobility across income spectrums has declined in the United States and now lags
play
that
options
of
on bacon. It's
most
very
other
risky.
advanced economies. These things hold us back as an economy and as a country. And I do think these are important issues that relate to the overall performance of the economy, and therefore are in scope for us to analyze and call out.
Moon
Well,
Sunburn,
thank you.
thanks for the
One of the
donation.
primary goals of the Select Subcommittee is to ensure that our response to the pandemic is effective, efficient, and equitable.
Frozen OJ futures.
Now, I appreciate that the Fed, under your leadership, recognizes the importance of all three of these attributes for future economic strength.
3x
I'm not a
ETF
social
bacon.
scientist by any means, but I am well aware that in past recoveries, we don't have to go all the way back to the 1930s to see this phenomenon. We saw it taking place in 2009. That recovery was slow because I feel we did too little when we should have been going bigger and bolder, which we've done here. And I appreciate the fact that you are recognizing that and helping to build America back with, under this rescue plan, this families plan, all these things that are necessary to make sure that all elements in our society come back, not just where we were, but hopefully beyond. And I thank you for the way you've handled this, and I look forward to continue to work with you on that. And with that, I'll yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, Chairman Powell, if we can go back to the pre-pandemic and look at first where the economy was, how it was performing. Were we experiencing a record economic expansion prior to the pandemic?
Longest in our history.
And so we saw the lowest overall
we
unemployment,
weren't.
is that correct?
That is, yeah. Well, since in 50 years, really.
Yes, since the 1960s, let's say.
That's right.
How about how it was affecting everybody? I know we've had some that try to say it didn't impact all groups. We've seen other numbers. I've surely seen other numbers that showed that everybody benefited, but especially those lowest level entry levels. We saw record startups, African American unemployment, Hispanic unemployment at all-time records. Is that what you saw as well?
Yes, and really that started to happen in the last 2 or 3 years of the very long expansion, which shows you the benefit of a very strong labor market. We saw a all-time record low unemployment since 1972 or so when we started tracking it for African Americans and very low for Hispanics as well.
All right, and obviously after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed, that is when we started seeing that happen. In fact, right before the bill was signed into law, we saw major companies, AT&T started, and then every day there would be more announcements of companies announcing bonuses and increased wages for their employees.
No political talk.
Because of a more competitive tax rate globally. Did you see that same thing?
You know, we don't comment on the effects of particular bills, as you can imagine, of any kind.
I'll give you that, and obviously there's enough documentation of those reports as people would announce that they were doing it strictly because America had become competitive again. We had the highest corporate rate in the world. We made ourselves not only competitive, we had a 21% rate when the world average was 23%, and then we saw all of those great benefits. We also saw record high markets, didn't we?
We did, yeah, I guess.
So when we saw the government-ordered
MOASS is
lockdowns, whether it's
bipartisan.
businesses, schools, didn't that
Yeah, just ignore
ultimately hurt
the
this
political
record-setting
drivel.
economy?
All right. It's bullshit. I don't care what side of the
I don't know
fence
that
you're
I
on.
can say
You're
that.
wrong.
I mean, I think of course, the economy was very hard hit by the pandemic, and it's assigned to others to decide how we should have reacted. It's really not something that the Fed has expertise
These
in
people are all
or the ability to
incompetent
judge.
idiots.
Would you say that the lockdowns were caused by a reaction to COVID-19 becoming a
I
global
said
pandemic?
drivel.
Yes.
Drivel.
And did COVID-19 come
dribble.
from China?
Dribbles what
I
this
really-
guy's doing.
I don't know.
Well, hopefully this committee will have that hearing on the origin of
Jimmy
COVID. We
going
won't have to
crazy. I wouldn't
wonder
call
about
that
it.
bad.
Obviously, there's a lot of data out there that indicates not only did it start in China, but that it also started in the Wuhan lab. And whether it was intentional, accidental, that is a question no one should have doubt about when we could be having those hearings. So we'll continue to
Are they
call
going to
for
try to
that.
start a war with
But you
China?
can see that straight line between
Is that what's
the
happening right
pandemic
now? Because
hitting
if they do, the economy's going to
from
rip.
this virus that came from China, and then the shutdown that had a devastating impact not only on lives, over 600,000 in America, millions worldwide, but also on this economic
There's nothing
crisis
that
that
the
we're dealing
S&P
with. Now I want
loves
to turn
more
to the inflation
than
crisis
firing
that
up
we're
the
seeing.
gears
As you can
of the
see
military
right behind
industrial
me,
complex.
we've seen a dramatic
Let me tell
increase
you.
in the cost of many household items, everyday items that families buy. Milk up 5%, bacon up 13%, gas up
Why does this guy keep talking about bacon?
%. Used
Did his
cars
BLT
up
cost more
30%.
money
As
this
we're seeing a
morning or
shortage of
something?
products, harder for people to get products, supply chain backups, harder to get workers. We're seeing, as the result of that, about a 5% inflation rate recently. So I would ask you, Chairman Powell, is 5% inflation acceptable to you?
No.
This fucking dude is really, all I'm getting from
clearly
his
we want
speech
to address
is
this
that he's
crisis.
mad about
Now, when you
bacon
look
and he
at the
failed
unemployment crisis,
all of his
there's
science
9.3
classes in
million
school.
job openings right now, which is a record high, yet the economy only added back 500,000 jobs in May. We've seen the enhanced unemployment being a big factor in paying people. 40% of the people that are getting these checks are getting more money not to work than work.
Yeah.
That was a policy decision made here in Washington, a very flawed one. You're seeing many states try to address it.
Maybe you
but
should just pay
ultimately,
people more money.
As we have this labor shortage, as it's creating supply chain backups, as it's starting to get worse, especially on the inflation side, Chairman
wish I
Powell,
could.
will the economy ever reach a full pre-pandemic level if this labor shortage continues?
Well, if it continues, I strongly suspect that labor supply and job creation will be moving up well over the rest of this year.
And I think that'll follow, as you see, many governors, half the governors in the country now have decided to end on their own that enhanced unemployment, and that is getting people back to work in those states. Unfortunately, some states want to continue paying people not to work, and that's causing inflation in other areas. Hopefully we can confront this, address it. I wish you well as you look at the tools you have available to you.
Yeah,
Hopefully
right.
we as policymakers get this right.
It's like,
as well.
inflation's
With
so
that, Mr.
terrible.
Chairman, I
My
yield back.
bacon's expensive, but we're paying these people too much money. They can't have bacon.
Jim,
Only
we'll
I
get
can
back,
have the bacon.
I'm sure he's
I
gonna
need to
join
draw
me
some sort of
later
bacon
to making
pickle
sure we can
king.
increase the minimum wage so we can do something about the lower.
There is no minimum wage right now, Mr. Chairman. They're being given bonuses to people to go back to work.
Yeah, I don't think the minimum wage people got bonuses, or did they?
I've seen wages in almost every state go up well above minimum wage.
Almost every state. Miss South Carolina, I'm sure they call it Louisiana.
I know my restaurants in
Bacon
the New Orleans
hoarder.
area cannot find workers, and they're looking and paying more than they were pre-pandemic, and New Orleans has got the best food in the world. I'm sure South Carolina's not far behind, but
No,
they
no,
would like to get those workers back too.
Yeah, Gallagher's is a little better. With that, I'll yield 5 minutes to Ms. Maloney.
$100
Thank you, Mr.
an hour
Chairman.
and free bacon for all.
Thank you. It's good to see you again, Chairman Powell. I want to start by asking about the Fed's monetary policy and inflation in particular. I'm very concerned that the Fed is going to raise rates too early, which would seriously harm the economic recovery. As you
Look at
stated
this
last
dude
week,
trying to
much of
stand
the
up
recent
straight
rise in
now that this
inflation
camera lady
had
came in
actually
here.
been expected.
This journalist walked
I
in here and this guy
strongly
got
believe
all
that the recent
weird
spike in inflation
over in the corner.
will only be
Is anybody watching this
temporary.
cameraman?
And that shouldn't cause the Fed to raise interest rates too soon. In the early months of the pandemic, prices fell incredibly low. So now a year later, the year-over-year rise in prices looks very high. But that was
Wait, is she
only
hiding
because
behind
prices
Jerome
fell to
Powell now? Where
artificially
did she
low
go?
levels last year at this time. This is something that everyone saw coming for many months, so shouldn't come as a surprise at all. How much of the recent rise in inflation do you attribute to artificially low prices from early in the pandemic? And how much do you attribute to other effects like supply bottlenecks?
He took his hands out of
pushing
his
up prices,
pockets,
and
stood
a
up
genuine
straight, checked his
rebound
breath.
in economic activity?
Well, a pretty substantial part, or perhaps all, of the overshoot in inflation comes from categories
We
that
got
are
romance
directly affected
playing
by the
out in
reopening
this
of the
congressional
economy,
hearing.
such as used cars and trucks in particular. There's sort of a perfect storm of very strong demand and weak supply due to the reopening of the economy and various factors. We see airplane tickets, we see hotel prices, we see other things. So those are things that we would look to stop going up and ultimately to start to decline as these situations resolve themselves. They don't speak to a broadly
I know he's
tight
talking into his
economy,
mic.
the kind of thing that has led to high inflation over time. I will say that these effects have been
He's like, yo, you
larger
see this
than we
journalist
expected,
chick?
and they may turn out to be more persistent than we've expected. But the
You guys gave me
incoming
this
data
fucking
are
polo
very
to
much
wear.
consistent with
No
the
bacon
view
for the
that
poors.
These are factors that will wane over
That's
time.
what I
and that
heard.
Inflation
I
will
heard
then
no
move
more
down
bacon for the poors.
toward our goals, and we'll be monitoring that carefully. Of course, we're prepared to use our tools as appropriate if that turns out not to be the case.
He does have a nice Rolex.
To guide
You know
inflation
why?
to 2%.
He's chairman of the fucking
Thank you.
Fed.
Let me follow up on that because we know that inflation statistics are fundamentally flawed right now due to the pandemic. We typically measure inflation using a basket of goods and services that represents what people usually purchase, but the pandemic completely scrambled what everyone was spending money on. People weren't traveling or going out to
Are we
restaurants.
the beginning of
spending on
the
those
bacon
items
movement?
stopped entirely, while spending on groceries surged dramatically. As a result, a lot of economists
see you
question
later,
whether
Han.
we should be relying so heavily on inflation statistics that we know don't represent what people
I hope
are
your uncle's
actually
okay.
spending money on. So my question is, do you have any concerns with relying on traditional inflation statistics, which we know are unreliable right now in setting monetary policy?
I think the overall point.
Just because he has a Rolex
is
doesn't mean he
that
needs to know how to tell
the
the
data that
time.
we're looking at in the labor market,
Bacon
and then
shorts
for
have not
inflation and for
covered.
growth, it's in such an unusual setting of reopening the economy. We have to be very humble about our ability to really try to draw a signal out of it, and it may take some patience to see what really is happening. Specifically on inflation, you're really talking about consumer price inflation, the CPI. We actually use at the Fed PCE, personal consumption expenditure inflation, and that the basket is actually updated on a monthly basis for PCE, and that's one of its more attractive features from our standpoint. Still, at a time like this, when people are changing their their consumption patterns in ways that are outside of experience, I would say there's also a challenge there. Even though our measure is in fact updating monthly in terms of its basket.
Switching gears, I want to ask about
Is
the
the
Main
Fed
Street
dead?
lending program. It seems clear that both the Main Street program and the municipal program generally improved credit access.
It's in my
Fed
comments
officials
from
have
last night on the
acknowledged
Discord,
that the Main Street
Keister.
program would likely have been more
Bacon
productive
squeeze
with
win.
different bank incentives and more generous terms. And as you know, the eligibility threshold for the municipal program excluded many cities and counties that were deeply affected by the pandemic. What do you believe are the most important adjustments the Fed could make to the Main Street lending program?
You only need to
make
say
it more
drivel
effective in
once,
future
Action Lime.
crises?
So I would say the Main Street lending program overall
He has not
was
said
effective.
liftoff yet,
Effective.
but
It
I
had
hope
a
everyone
couple
has their
thousand
drinks ready.
dollars, a couple thousand loans, and it helped a lot of businesses. So if I could take away a lesson there, it is that it's very difficult to reach small businesses across America, and I would look to the PPP program and things like that. A lot of these very small businesses didn't need unforgivable loans. These were statutorily unforgivable. They could not be forgiven. And so I would look in that direction going forward. In terms of the municipal loan liquidity facility, I think that the overall assessment of that is that it was a resounding success. And the test of it is not how many loans we made. The test of it is how much lending took place. The municipal markets were collapsing. There was no lending going on. The people who put their money in those funds that wind up making all the loans were taking their money out. We announced the facility, and all of that turned around. And by through much of last year, municipalities, states had great access to market, including ones with relatively low ratings. Record amounts of borrowing took place at low rates. So it really worked. I mean, it really stands for the proposition that a backstop is better than a direct loan in a lot of cases. So we would look at it that way, and I think that's the way it's generally seen.
My time has expired. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, young lady, for yielding
Just
back.
trying to
The
get
chair
laid.
now recognizes Dr. Miller Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Powell, thank you so much for coming before us today and for your testimony. There has been, I think, first and foremost, that the improving economic position we see today, do you think that it would be in existence without Operation Warp Speed and 3 safe and effective vaccines?
I think that
Well, if he's going to smash
the
or not.
vaccines and the widespread adoption of them are absolutely essential to the recovery.
Thank you. And currently, about 40% of workers on
I mean, my
enhanced unemployment
buddy's
are
my
paid
buddy's
more
an
than
Uber
they did while
driver,
they were
and he got a
working.
PPP loan.
Coincidentally, there is a labor shortage. In my home state of Iowa, as of May 2021, 87,000 workers dropped out of the labor force
Legally.
since February 2020, a 5% decrease in the size of Iowa's workforce.
I was proud of him. He got a
Notwithstanding,
PB. Yes.
employers in my state cannot find workers, and these are jobs that are greater than $15 an hour. Even some employers cannot find people to work at salaries of between $80,000 and $130,000.
Pay them
As
more.
Governor
That's
Boehner
the
pointed
answer,
out earlier
is if
this
you can't
year,
find
true
employees at the
unemployment
price
is far
point that
higher
you're
than the
attempting to
headline
hire
rate,
at,
and the labor force
pay more.
participation rate is nearly 6 percentage points below where it was at the beginning of the 21st century. Shouldn't we be doing everything we can to incentivize
Yeah, they're
work
independent
for our own
contractors, so
citizens?
they're businesses,
And
right? They're small
shouldn't we
businesses.
be
That's
looking
exactly
at
how it
bringing
was
in,
supposed to work.
additional unskilled workers into this country at a
This
time
is the
when we have a
cameraman
labor
milking
shortage of
his
skilled workers?
PPP loan.
So I'll try to
PPE.
get to answer. So I think a number of things we think are weighing on labor supply right now, and those are things that should be expected to abate and wane and go away over the course of coming months.
That woman
So-
has
so we should
resting
we
bitch
should be
face.
seeing our way to strong job creation, we think, as the year goes
She is
on.
just
and there I'm
angry.
thinking of a significant number of people still report themselves as not wanting to work because of being
can't tell if
afraid
she's
of being
angry or if
infected
her
being
face is just like
afraid
that,
of carrying
normally.
the infection to somebody they may live with who's vulnerable.
Yeah, $300 a week
schools
is going
not
to keep
being
people
open,
working
that's
80K
weighing on
year jobs.
participation by caretakers. And then, and also, the unemployment insurance
good
may
question,
be interacting
index
with some
fund
of those
investor. No
other
one.
factors and causing people to go on with their job search longer. There's another thing, though. The very quick job gains of the early recovery essentially involve going back to your old job.
She can't afford
That's
bacon.
not so much what's
She's
happening
not a
now. Now
she's
it's
not a
actually
congressman.
finding new jobs, and that's a matching function that is more labor intensive and time consuming, and there may be a bit of a speed limit on that. We expect,
If you're
though,
gonna mention that
as I
word.
said, a lot of progress to go forward. On immigration, it's something we really isn't in our bailiwick, and so I
Ooh,
try to
bailiwick.
stay at a high level on a question like that.
And
Breaking
President
out
Biden
the-
promised not to raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000 a year, but inflation, as has already been noted, has increased
Eat less
dramatically,
avocado toast,
and,
make coffee
I
at
realize you
home.
use the PCE rather than the CPI, but
What about
it's over
banana
5%,
futures,
and it's the most
Jerome?
insidious and regressive tax affecting low-income minority families, hardworking taxpayers, and seniors on a fixed income. You stated recently that the current inflation surge is likely to be transitory. Does likely mean greater than a 95% chance, a 50% chance, or do you have any level of confidence in that prediction?
I have a level of confidence in that prediction. What I would have been saying, though, is that it's very hard to say what the timing of that will be. When will these bottlenecks disappear? When will there be enough microchips? We saw what happened in the lumber.
Jerome
business.
Powell just
Prices
trying to
have
get a
come way down, but they're
GPU.
still pretty high. When will the used car markets get back into equilibrium? So it's hard to say exactly when it will be and exactly how large the effects will be. But honestly, if you look behind the headline, look at the categories where these prices are really going up, you'll see that it tends to be areas that are directly affected by the reopening. That's something that we'll go through over a period that will then be over, and it should not leave much of a mark on the ongoing inflation process. So there's no reason why it should leave a mark on inflation, say, a year or so ahead, because we should be through it then.
Thank you. And finally, the financial report of the United States government published annually by the Treasury Department says unambiguously the current fiscal path is unsustainable. On our current path, debt is projected to exceed 6 times GDP by the end of the century, and annual government spending will exceed 50% of GDP. Do you agree with the conclusions of this report? And if so, isn't this an additional and one of our greatest avoidable crises that our country currently faces?
I think
Trading at 213 right now, guys.
unsustainable just means that the debt is growing faster than the economy. That's been the case for a long time, and I don't think that's controversial. I think the point I would make is that the time to work on that problem will come, and that time is when employment is high, unemployment is low, economic activity is strong, taxes are rolling in. That's the right time to go to work on a longer-term program
talking about
that gradually moves us
taking
back
our capital
to,
gains, guys, from
primary
MOASS.
balance and ultimately.
You know we're in trouble
you just
when
have
the
to get
Fed
GDP
is
growing
banking on
faster
our
than the debt,
capital
and it has to do
gains
that for an extended
to
period
fix
of
the
time. That's how
economy.
countries get back to a sustainable path.
And to be mindful of their spending when the economy is growing. Thank you so much. I yield back my time.
Chairman of the Fed has a
Thank you, Senator,
Rolex,
for
can't
yielding
afford
back.
a
The chair
used
now
car,
recognizes Mr. Raskin
GPU,
for
or
5
bacon.
minutes.
This is,
Thank you so much,
this is
Mr.
what's
Chairman.
happened.
I'm sorry that you were harangued again this morning about the origins of the coronavirus. I'm very eager also for the House Committee on Science to take up this scientific
Apes save the economy.
question and also deal with the fact that I have
That's not what the story on
emphasized
CNBC
since
is
the
gonna say.
beginning, that Donald Trump repeatedly defended the performance of the Chinese Communist Party and General Xi in COVID-19 in February, in March, in April, and May. For many months, I think on 19 different occasions, he defended them as doing a great job and a wonderful job in praising their partnership. So I'm very eager
but
to
how
get to the
many
bottom
loaves
it,
of bread can he get
regardless
for
of
that
whether
watch?
the
What's
virus
the real
came out
value?
negligently, recklessly, or deliberately. None of it excuses the lethal recklessness of Donald Trump in his complete mismanagement of the coronavirus in our country. And of course, we lost hundreds of thousands of people before he left office, and we got organized to crush the disease finally. Mr. Chairman, welcome to our committee. I was taken with something that you said in February when you said
bacon to
what it
Rolex
takes to
index?
drive productive capacity to raise living standards over
bread.
time is investment. Investment in people's skills and aptitudes, investment in plant and equipment, investment
Watch
in
equals
software.
2,000 breads.
Do you agree that investing in our nation's infrastructure will increase our productive capacity and contribute to long-term economic growth in the country?
Mr.
Guys,
Raskin, I want to start by saying
we're testing
I don't want to
VWAP.
be seen to be addressing any particular legislative proposal, but I think it's basic economics that productivity is what and demographics are what drive longer-term growth in a country. And one of the big ways to affect productivity is through investment. And that includes infrastructure, includes plant
Spies
equipment,
ripping on
people,
expensive bacon
education,
news.
skills, things like that. So I think that is a
At the
point
top
that
of the
I
hour, guys.
was making back in February.
Gotcha. Well, let me take a specific example then, and maybe you can help me with it. 30 million
Watch
Americans
equals
live in
2,000
areas with
breads.
inadequate broadband,
ROI on
which
bread is heavily dependent
severely
on the
limits
mold
their
indicator.
abilities to do their work, to develop their
I feel like he's
businesses,
trying to
participate
show off his
equally in
Rolex.
School. I've had high school kids tell me they have to go to McDonald's or Starbucks.
Is that part of owning a Rolex? Is that you
internet
do
they
this a
can
lot?
use for
Like,
their assignments. The American Jobs Plan would make unprecedented investments to expand broadband to these rural communities like Frederick and Carroll County in my district. And I know that you don't comment on specific legislative proposals, but would you say that in general, expanding high-speed broadband access to millions of Americans who don't have it, especially in rural areas, would create new economic opportunities and
because then
potential
people
for
in
long-term
Montana can day
economic growth?
trade.
Again, without commenting on
And have good
particular
order
legislation,
execution.
I think I would look at broadband like that in the same way that prior generations looked at electricity. If kids don't have access to the internet and to basically all the knowledge that's available through
Bought
that,
my Bullets and
they're not going to
TJ.
be able to maximize their potential or realize their potential in this economy.
Well, I mean, that's a fascinating answer to me because when I tried to look at it historically, it seemed like the the definition of infrastructure has expanded
fuck
over
is this
time.
guy?
And, when Eisenhower said,
He
let's
looks-
build the highways,
some
people said,
dude
what's
is
that
just
got to do
lost
with infrastructure?
walking through their meeting.
Infrastructure is bridges. And, when President Lincoln did the land grants to do university and colleges across the country, people said, what's that got to do with infrastructure? And so it does seem like the definition of infrastructure changes. What is your working definition of infrastructure as an economic concept?
I hadn't taken the trouble to really write one down, and I wouldn't like to do it in real time here.
Just remember, everyone,
Avoid that.
these are the
Okay,
fucking idiots
let me
that get
just pose it
elected
then
to
in
represent
kind of
us.
a more abstract way. Would you say that infrastructure is anything that allows for
That goes for all of
the
them, not just the one
expansion of
talking
productive
now.
capacity and contribution to long-term economic growth?
I don't see anything objectionable about that.
We haven't failed VWAP yet.
All right, well, I just very much appreciate your emphasis on investment, because that's what we've been doing with the American
no, they
Rescue
fired the
Plan,
camera
that's what we
guy.
want with the American Families Plan. It's what
Fucking
we want to do with
racists.
the American Jobs Plan. We want to reinvest in America to keep those jobs here in America and to invest in our communities.
And
so
they
we
took
have
away the
a
damn
solid
cannon.
foundation for the continuing growth of the great American middle class, and for the opportunity for lots of poor working people to get into the middle class. And with that, I will yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Jordan for 5 minutes.
It's because of me.
Mr. Chair. Chairman Powell, the Fed has two mandates, right?
Maximum employment and stable prices.
Maximum employment and stable prices. Seems like both got some problems today. I want to spend a little time on the first. Why are the jobs numbers so bad right now?
Well, I think we're digging out of a very deep hole. We've made a lot of progress, but I would agree with you. We have a long way to go.
Over 9 million job openings. Over the past 2 months, only 800,000 jobs added back. That's pretty bad. Is there a specific reason you point to as why those numbers aren't where we would, frankly, hope they would be?
It's a good question, and my thinking is that there are some temporary factors that are weighing on job creation, and I mentioned those earlier. Another thing is actual hiring is at very high levels, but it's being offset by high levels of quits and retirements. So what's happening is that the net job creation has been lower, but actual hiring is high. And that's, in a sense, quits is a good thing because people are looking for jobs that they want more. Retirements are just something that happens.
What about unemployment benefits? Does that factor in as well?
It may be a factor, and it'll be a temporary one because something like
September,
15 million people will see either those benefits disappear or significantly decrease.
My understanding is the state unemployment plus the federal enhancements, $37,000 a year. Might that discourage people from going back to work?
We're going to find out.
It
we're
shouldn't.
going to find out because it's going to be gone really quickly.
$37,000 a year is
I think
fucking
we are
nothing.
finding out. You add in the stimulus package, child tax credit, family of four, it's about $110,000. I mean, every single employer, literally every single employer I talk to in our district, and frankly, employers I talk to around the country tell me they can't find people to work. And
Pay them
you think
more.
it's more of quitting and retirements, or is it more unemployment, or a combination, or what is it?
I think in terms of things that are weighing on
No.
people getting in the labor force. I think it's
slipping
those three
VWAP.
things I mentioned. It's still some people are
VWAP
still
said
afraid of
not
COVID.
yet.
Maybe
It's
they're
too
living with
soon.
someone who's vulnerable. It's
Let's
also
get to know
schools
each
are
other
closed
first.
still, and having schools be open again will free up a lot of caretakers. I think unemployment benefits too. I think if
It's getting hot here. Let me take off my Rolex.
A really strong set of jobs numbers coming
Fuck
up
you,
beginning in the next
LIC
month.
Didn't you
Casino.
expect
Running
higher
through the
numbers?
fall.
Didn't you expect higher numbers in April and May?
Yeah, I did.
Which, I mean, it sort of surprised me. I guess when you pay people not to work, you shouldn't be surprised when you don't have workers. I've never seen a situation like this where we now have, as the ranking
Yeah, I
member
really
mentioned,
do
we
think
now
it's
have
just as
several
simple as
governors,
pay
25
them
I
more.
believe, who've turned back. They said we don't want the federal enhancement to unemployment. I've never seen that. I've been in politics 26 years. I've never seen governors turn down federal money. So I think that just underscores how serious the problem is. But you said you think it changes soon?
Well, we know that these benefits run out on the federal ones.
What
run
if the
out September
Democrats
6th.
renew them, which they're talking about doing?
Excuse me?
What if the Democrats renew them? That'd be a problem, wouldn't it?
Again, I don't comment on
No, what you said, you expect it to run out and that will help. I'm asking you, that's not what Democrats are saying. They're talking about renewing them. And if so, if it helps if they run out, if they renew them, won't that hurt?
Well, these are judgments for people who stand for
No, I'm just
election.
following your logic. You said if it runs out, that will help the employment situation. I mean, I got employers.
I think we'll see strong job creation in the fall. I really do, and I think there are all these, as you point out, 9.3 million job openings, many millions of people unemployed. There seems to be some kind of a speed limit. It may just be that it's hard to match up with a new job, and people feel like they can wait a little bit longer and really shop carefully.
It seems to me, Chairman, and again, I know you're not going to comment on policies, but I don't know if the Democrats are doing anything right. They kept the economy locked down. They're spending money like crazy, proposing more, I think a $6 trillion budget the White House is proposing, all causing inflation. Inflation's went up the last 4 months, continues to increase. As you said, you got two mandates at the Fed, stable employment, low inflation. We got unstable employment, we got high inflation.
Wait till they hear about how much they're going
And
to owe us from
now they're
GameStop.
paying people not to work, and that may continue. And then finally, on top of all that, they're thinking about raising taxes. I mean, this is amazing to me. First, you pay people not to work, and then the folks who are working, you're going to raise their taxes, and somehow they think that's going to help our economy, when, as I said now a couple times, every single employer I talk to tells me they can't find people to work.
Hit the MOASS button, see how many people will work
What do you
that.
think about all these policy ideas from the Democrats?
Again, it's not my job.
No, but your job
Could
is
you
stable
tell these
employment
congressmen?
and
No,
and
I
low
can't,
inflation. Right now we
unfortunately.
have
This is their whole
9 million
job,
job openings
is
and
to
inflation
just
that's been up
spout
5 months in a row.
all of them,
So
is
something
to
has to
just
give.
spout
I'm not
bullshit
necessarily blaming you.
for
I'm blaming the Democrat policies. And it seems to me
their
the idea that they're going to
constituents,
extend the federal
or
enhancement makes
the
absolutely
companies
no
that
sense.
pay
The
for
idea
their
they're going
next
to raise
election,
taxes on
I should
hardworking
say.
Americans makes absolutely no sense. And the idea they're going to spend $6 trillion also makes absolutely no sense. So as I said, it seems to me they are doing everything wrong, making your job that much harder. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
It's a good thing, too. With
I don't give comments when you make your statements. Tell me what I said wrong in that
it's a good thing
statement.
that you're yielding back so I can give 5 minutes to Mr. Foster.
It's a good thing I made those points about how bad the Democrat
Well, the
policies
camera lady
are.
was
That's
there.
a good thing, and we'd like to answer. It'd been nice if the
Jerome
Fed chairman would
Powell
answer the
boofed
fact
her.
that if you guys extend unemployment, which he said if it goes away will be good for the economy, and if you extend it, he wouldn't answer that question.
With that, I yield 5 minutes to Mr. Foster.
Fucking Morgan Freeman
Thank
doesn't
you,
have
and
time for this shit.
I sympathize with the chairman sort of being left speechless by the logic that we just saw demonstrated. I'd also like to respond to some of my Republican colleagues about the origin of the coronavirus. The Science Committee Investigations and
So
Oversight
mature.
Subcommittee that I
It
chair
is.
in fact having a hearings on the origin of the coronavirus. The first is scheduled July 14th at 11 a.m. These hearings are going to be science-based, and I think it says a lot about how seriously my Republican colleagues take science that they cannot even find a complete set of members to serve on that committee, on that science subcommittee. They have only 2 members, the ranking member and Representative Sessions. With that out of the way, I just want to thank you.
Yeah, the job
Chairman Powell, for
market
your
is
testimony.
supposed to function
You
on
correctly
supply and
note the
demand.
importance of the successful
If
vaccine.
you're having an issue with
Under
supply,
the Biden administration's leadership, we've now administered over 300
Raise the
million
wages.
vaccine doses and COVID
pay more
infections
money,
have fallen
and you'll get
dramatically.
more
The
employees.
CDC has advised that vaccinated people can safely engage in a wide variety of activities.
If fucking
and states
McDonald's
have been able
announces
to
that they're
do
paying
that and
$100
ease
an hour,
coronavirus
I'm
health
going to quit
restrictions.
streaming and go
when
over
they
to the
do
fucking
that,
McDonald's
our
and get a
economy
job.
recovers. I think it's clear to everyone that the return on our investment on vaccines, starting with money and
I will
directions
be
provided by
the
Congress
best
before Operation Warp
goddamn
Speed was
Big
even
Mac maker
announced,
in this country.
and following decades of federally funded research into the underlying
Idiocracy
science,
was a
has had the
documentary.
highest return on investment of
Yeah,
really any
I need
that
that
our
money for
country has ever
bacon.
made.
Who the
Would
fuck
you agree
knows
with that?
how much that could cost me
I
next
don't have a
week?
number to put on that, but yes, I would think the return on investment would be high.
But the return on investment is not limited to vaccinating the United States. We also benefit economically by helping vaccinate our
Big
trading
Mac
partners.
artisan.
Would you also agree that the return on that investment is likely to be very high?
I would, yes.
Yes, and would you be willing to have some of your brilliant economists that work for you actually try to put a rough number on that? because it's an important.
I'll tell you
thing
what,
for
one thing,
us to
you go to
appreciate
McDonald's and
as
your
we
order
decide
would
how
never
much of
fucking be wrong.
resources to devote to helping our other nations around the world.
I will be glad to do that.
Thank you. And now, with COVID, our economy has experienced a number of inflation shocks. The tight labor markets, commodity shortages, release of pent-up consumer demand, chip shortages, as you mentioned, due to underinvestment in foundries and overinvestment in Bitcoin.
Do you have experience with grease fires?
Proposals to move onshore the supply chains that have historically been offshore, which will, in general, increase prices. And all of
News
this,
articles
however,
the next
happens
day
against
would
a
be like,
continuing
McDonald's
backdrop
burgers
of
finally look
long-term
like they do in the
technological
commercials.
job loss that was arguably accelerated by COVID. So how do you think this is all going to net out when the transients are over, the longer term, say medium term effect of inflation?
I mean, it's incredibly hard to say, really. If you're positing an actual reversal of globalization, that could have implications, as you suggest. But I wonder if that's really going to happen because of policies that we adopt. The technology goes instantly around the world. It's not going to be easy to stop that. The economy's become very globalized. And also, production technology is so much more efficient than it was. You can do
Did you just say they can't stop
with the new
MOASS?
technologies. You can manufacture things here. It may or may not result in a lot of jobs in manufacturing, but you can certainly make things. There may be reshoring here.
Can you
that's
supply
actually
your
quite
own
efficient,
cutlery?
in terms of cost.
So
it's
the
hard to-
jobs
hard to
will
make-
come back to the U.S., but they'll be taken by robots, sort of is here. Which
There is some of that.
There's some of that, yeah.
in manufacturing, as you know.
Yeah, and so that's so you're really maintain some uncertainty on how this is going to net out for the inflation.
A lot of uncertainty, yes.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. And my last thing, you've been talking a little bit about high-speed broadband, which is, I think, an important investment.
I'm going to
with huge
employ
return.
several people after
An
MOASS.
important part of that is that when Americans get for the first time access to
Long
the internet,
robots.
that they're also provided
No,
a secure
bullshit.
digital ID.
Just a bunch of
that
political
prevents them
bullshit
from becoming
grandstanding.
victims to identity fraud.
Very little
and allows
of
them
anything to do with
safely
the actual
participate in
financial
our economy.
markets.
One of your other projects you're working on, central bank digital currencies, is going to need to have a secure digital ID to allow people to transact in digital dollars in a safe way that can't be abused. And are you working internationally to try to get these secure digital IDs, as part of your negotiations on central bank digital currencies and others?
I think it's part of the discussion. I would say we're not as far along as your description would suggest on that, but that's it's certainly something you would need to be able to have a.
Will it be addressed in your white paper coming out this summer?
A lot of things will be addressed. I'm not sure if that would be it. That's something you certainly need that to down the road. We probably will be. We're just laying it out right now.
Yeah, no, it's important for our economic recovery as well as planning to respond to China, frankly, on central bank digital currencies. So move it up on your to-do list. Thanks much, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding back. My understanding is that Dr. Green has joined us. If so, he's now recognized for 5 minutes.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We now hear you, yes.
Shit, I forgot
Okay,
about
thank
the
you.
white paper.
Sorry about that.
He forgot to do
Thank you,
his
Chairman
homework.
Clyburn and Ranking Member Scalise, and I want to thank Chairman Powell for being here today. Last summer when the former Fed chairs, Bernanke and now Treasury Secretary Yellen, testified before this subcommittee, I expressed some concern that the excessive spending by Congress and money printing by the Fed might cause inflation. Mr. Bernanke denied this, saying that people said there'd be inflation in 2008, but they were wrong. Mr. Chairman, the numbers are in, and it looks like there's some inflation, at least the past couple of months.
Yeah, the stock
4
is
and
just
now
not
5%.
interesting today.
When Congress spends trillions of dollars and the Fed prints money, something's got to give. Prosperity isn't created by government. I don't believe it's created by workers, by businesses, by entrepreneurs. creating and inventing, innovating.
Spy trading
I
back
founded
up to
a
the
healthcare
original
company
channel.
with that
No.
company up to over 200 million in annual
I think
revenue
at
in just 8 years.
242, it's going to hit that resistance and
understanding how to
drop.
create jobs, grow business, et cetera. And I genuinely believe those businesses out there are looking at this inflation as a tax. Now, it's a hidden tax, but they see it as a tax on their ability to B2B transactions with B2 customer. Every dollar the government spends has to come out of somebody's pocket, whether it's through another tax or a reduction in their purchasing power, it comes out. And if we don't get our fiscal house in order, I worry that that inflation
He's
won't
using
be
auto-tune.
transitory, as I know you've said both in the press and probably here today, and I apologize for being a little bit late. But my first
What are you
question,
mad about?
Chairman Powell,
Bruce?
are you concerned from an economic and really a national security perspective about Russia and
Whatever
China
your
dumping the
political
dollar
shit is,
and their,
put it
what appears
aside.
to be a move to
This
some
is
kind
about
of
the
financial
economy.
alliance between the two of them?
That's what we're watching this for.
You know, that's not something that's really within our bailiwick or on our radar screen.
It's
You know,
easy
the
for
dollar
me
is the
because I
world's
think all
reserve
these people are
currency.
fucking morons.
There really is no currency that's close to being able to compete. That's because of our democratic institutions and our record of maintaining low inflation, and because we have open capital markets and
94%
traders
of
with the rest
viewers
of the world, I don't see
think their
anything
tits are
changing
jacked.
anytime soon.
Do you see the threat of raising the capital gains tax to 40% as a challenge to those capital markets?
And you know, again, I really don't comment on tax and spending proposals. We don't have any authority over that. Whatever the level of capital gains tax is something that is the business of elected officials, not the business of the Fed.
I appreciate that. Over the past 10 years, the federal government's net interest costs have grown about 25% relative to GDP, despite the historically low interest rates. If spending remains on its current trajectory and interest rates reach their historic average of 5.7%, do you think the federal government will be able to pay its bills?
I have no question that the U.S. government will be able to pay its bills for the foreseeable future. There's no case in which that would not be the case.
The wealthiest
We have,
country in the
the
world.
strongest and largest and most flexible economy in the world. It's also true,
You
though, that
guys
we're
eat
on an
bacon?
unsustainable path and that we're going to have to address that.
And it's not about whether you eat it. It's whether you're worried about the
economy is
price.
strong, unemployment is low, and economic activity is high.
Is it possible that the high
That's an
interest rate that we're
hour of
seeing
federal
today is the
labor
start of something
for
that
1
could be
pound of
as
bacon.
bad as the 70s? And if not, could you explain why?
You say higher interest rates or higher inflation?
Inflation, I'm sorry.
You just said two trigger words.
Very, very unlikely. What we're seeing now, we believe, is inflation in particular categories of goods and services that are being directly affected by this unique historical event that none of us has lived through before, called reopening the
Big
economy.
pork
after-
trying to
after
hog the
closing it.
economy.
So you see extremely strong demand for labor, for goods, for services, and you see the supply side caught a little bit flat-footed and trying to catch up. And you see bottlenecks and you see this all over the world, by the way. This is not
Bacon's
just the
been
United
undervalued.
States. You see it everywhere, and it's
Joe
very
Valente.
similar kinds of situations.
It's been long bacon for
And
years.
Also, you have a
Bag holding
a
bacon.
central bank that's committed to price stability and has defined what price stability is and is strongly prepared to use its tools to keep us around 2% inflation. So all of those things suggest to me that an episode like what we saw in the 1970s, and I graduated from college in 1975. I had a front row seat. That nothing like that. I don't expect
Princeton.
anything like that to happen.
Before obtaining his law
Mr. Chairman, I
degree.
can't see the clock, unfortunately. I don't know if I have any more time.
You are out of time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Bacon
Thank
is
you
the
for
one
yielding
true
back.
catalyst.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Christian Martha.
What happens
for
if
5
GME
minutes.
tweets bacon right now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for appearing before us. Back in 2019, you said the following. You said, we try to create a strong labor market. For many, many people and many, many communities, that's enough. But for people
Gonna
who are at the
squeeze on bacon,
margins,
yeah.
the low to moderate income community, that's not enough. They need a chance. And earlier that year, you said you were cutting
Not only
rates
that,
in
no
part,
used cars. You've got to walk
to help those who are
to your
quote,
$7
left
an hour
behind.
job and
How
no
do you
bacon
see
or
the
avocado
impact
toast
of
for
the
you.
pandemic on these groups of people that for whom you expressed empathy and concern back in 2019? And how do you see the recovery affecting them?
Well, in the first instance,
Are we
the
done with this?
pandemic
Is
hit
everyone
the,
like
the
just
service
super
industries
fucking bored
very
at
hard.
this point?
Industries that
I am.
involve dealing with the public, hotels, travel, entertainment, and the people in those customer-facing,
GameStop's part of
public-facing
entertainment.
jobs. They tend to be relatively low-paid jobs, and their minorities and women are significantly overrepresented
time
among the
traveler.
people in those jobs.
I'm
And
fine
that's
with
who
not
got laid
watching
off.
this. All right,
Most of the
good.
layoffs, a big chunk of the layoffs.
Fuck you. We don't care. Useless. Useless chairman of the Fed. Let's watch our stock try to test view up again. How's that sound? Yeah, we exhausted the comedic potential pretty quickly. He just said lift off. Yeah, we still got 40 minutes left on the world's coolest investment. I just want to cry at the SPY. I'm trying to give it time, man. I'm bacon rich. I have a pound of bacon. Should I put it in a safe? Ugh. All I hear is, how do we keep poor people poor so I can continue being rich? I'm depressed now. My government is a joke. This is not new news. No, put it in the oven. I fry my bacon, thank you. She's probably just pissed off because she got, like, stuck in some irrelevant Fed confessional. Can people gift others or at premium? I made a post yesterday after seeing premium. I thought I got hacked. Yeah. If you give someone a gold or higher award, they get like a week of Reddit premium. Is this the first day the stock went up after positive news? It only took $1 billion to do it. Yeah, I mean, we are up 6%. 6.4%, guys. The gains are back. Oh, shit. Can you imagine wanting to be a politician? No. I'm not worried I'm a baconaire. It gets rid of the ads, I think, but wages going up across the spectrum, inflation. Be right back. Oh yeah, I am in the middle of the screen, aren't I? I gotta go back to my spot. Yeah, don't make sure that you get fired from your job so you can become part of the new elite class of unemployed who make $37,000 a year. Just put a GameStop gift card and a pound of bacon on your boss's desk with a note that says, "Fuck you, I'm out." They'll be so confused. Not even a pound of bacon, just one strip. Tell me what your severance and bacon. The only one here who likes their job. Possibly. Maybe if everybody's jobs paid more, they'd like them more. Maybe they'd be more productive. There should be an effect in the pre-market, Zach Black. That could be, I mean, like, if they expect that rule to be enforced, like, obviously we don't know, but if that's, like, the news, right? In the rumor mill or whatever, that, like, oh, it's who's going to be enforced, that could be a lot of the reason we're kind of sideways today. Now I need rent money. Poops the bed. Just tell your landlord he has to wait until you're a millionaire. My job pays very well, and I hate it. That's silly. It sounds like you should be investing that money so you can quit sooner. No, I didn't say quit your job. I just said that'd be a cool way to do it. If I had a job, that's how I would quit. There's a disclaimer from Zakir. We need the other one. We need the job disclaimer, Zakir. The smooth brains are talking about protesting their wage slavery. Thanks for taking the time to answer all my questions. You got it, Zach. Thanks for the donation, man. I appreciate it. Why SPY go up? The SPY does what the SPY wants, Dr. K. I said it could, like, I think it can hit like 424 before it comes back down. So I'll show you guys on the SPY for those of you that are interested. What I'm looking at right now is I'm looking for a test of this trend line and then a dip down. It's still below its long-term trend. It has not moved back up into that channel, and so I am not worried. One bacon cheeseburger. Thanks, Giovalente. I appreciate that, man. SPY at 424. Those SPXS shares aren't doing so good. I mean, mine aren't either. I'm in the same boat. I didn't tell you to buy them, though. A 20-pounder with cheese. No. That's just for the bacon. That $20 was so I can add bacon to a burger I'm already buying. I hope all the Euro apes are very entertained at our government. Jamie on the move. Honestly, dude, I got McDonald's breakfast the other day for like 3 people, and it was $40 fucking for McDonald's. I had to like look at the receipt twice. Maybe you're worried about deflation? No. No, one of them was not. Yeah, I don't have McDonald's money yet. Just think what it would be if they paid their employees $100. At least their employees can afford to fucking eat there. Like, if you work at a restaurant and you can't afford to eat at it, you're working at the wrong restaurant. I don't want on sale McDonald's though. I'm a hardworking American. I provide tons of value to our economy. I shouldn't have to pay $40 for McDonald's. All my burgers should be less than $5. Chick-fil-A is the best fast food. Changed my mind. I don't know if I agree with that. Chick-fil-A is fine. This is why Wendy's was running, because Wendy's is still moderately affordable. It's like every major fast food place. McGangbangs. Oh, White Castle? Yeah, White Castle. But even White Castle burgers are like $1 now. White Castle will give you some serious digestive problems. Warn you, for those of you that haven't eaten it. Be careful. Free the bacon. Dude, let's start the bacon party. We'll start our own political party called the Bacon Party. Where all we do is just ensure that every American has equal access to bacon. People worried about minimum wage going up don't understand economics. Yeah, I know. These Fibonacci waves you were talking about. It's a cup, guys. Oh, in East Harlem? Yeah, White Castle's like one of the only fucking places to eat over there. How much is a Big Mac in the USA? Like $10. Phil uses White Castle as a laxative. What do you think about buying Leap puts? You don't have to capitalize Leap. On Skip the Dishes with COVID ending. I don't even know what the fuck that is. You know, it looks like hot garbage. DoorDash. If you think people are like, if inflation comes in, not only do they now have to like pay their employees as employees, right? Instead of just like foisting all the costs off onto them. And they're not a profitable business at all. Like, I mean, some of the worst value structure I've ever seen in a company. Go beyond that and look at inflation, right? You think people are going to pay an extra $20 to not go get their food themselves? No. Yeah, DoorDash looks like complete shit. I would go long short DoorDash. Absolutely. Not financial advice. Do what you're gonna do, but I definitely think that company is complete shit. Uber and Lyft not gonna do too great either. Isn't GameStop using that? Doesn't matter. Yeah, even if GameStop's, I mean, they're just using that as an interim, right? It's like a stopgap until they get their logistics network up and running. They're changing Poker Dragon. They're changing the independent contractor laws in almost every major market, and then there's like a bunch of proposed legislation to make it federal, so they won't be able to classify them as independent contractors anymore, which fucks Uber, like all the gig economy jobs, Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Grubhub. Like all of them make money by putting their costs onto the subcontractors, which are the employees, right? And that well of free labor is drying up. $12.50 wallet VWAP. We got no volume. I mean, $12.50 is not like a big buy. The drivers like the freedom it brings. No, they don't. They like money, just like everyone else. Yeah. Also, tip your DoorDash drivers. They don't get paid shit. Same with Uber and Lyft. They're too stupid to do the math, which is sad, but, you know. Yeah, I don't think Uber and Lyft are worried about, like, actually, I don't think, like, the people instituting these laws give a shit about the guy who works 2 hours after school doing Uber, like, after he finishes his job being underpaid as a teacher to go drive people around in his car. They're talking about the people that do it full time. DoorDash is why used vehicles are going up in price. They can still set their schedule. You have to understand that these companies will never employ them. They'll just go under. If those laws pass at a federal level, those companies are just going to go bankrupt. They're already negative billions of dollars in debt. Really? I did both in college, and I thought Uber was better. I thought Lyft sucked. To be fair, they were both kind of new companies back then. Dude, Uber and Lyft lease their drivers' cars to drive on Uber and Lyft. It's not even just like other companies that do it. Did Powell say anything significant? No. That's why we turned it off. Nothing was going to get said by him. All the questions getting directed at him were like political grandstanding. That had nothing to do with the economy for the most part. Thanks for the donation, LM. Another company is gonna, yeah, WWE. I heard about that too. Lyft not good. They're both complete shit. They both just exploit their workers in the same exact way. Lyft just has better PR. Lyft charges the consumer less than Uber does, but the driver only gets like 30% of what you pay for a ride. Why is VWAP flat? VWAP's usually flat. The price has been trading at mostly the same, like the average price is the same. Well, the whole thing that they were banking on, like Uber and Lyft, was self-driving vehicles, right? If they could get rid of the drivers, then they can just own vehicles on their platform that turn them a profit, right? There's no driver pay. And so the whole idea was that they were going to run the business until that became feasible. And the like window for that happening has moved further and further out, which is, fucked their plans more and more over time. We have crossed VWAP. We're now trading at 215.50. Yeah, because that sell wall was weak. If they had self-driving vehicles, both of those companies would be very profitable. But they don't. GHCU is linked to another universe. They basically I have no idea, man. I've never seen a DoorDash commercial in my life. And then, like Uber and Lyft kind of suffered. Uber not so much because they have Uber Eats, but they both suffered a bit during the pandemic. DoorDash did great during the pandemic. But now that it's over and inflation is coming in, I think it's going to die off. They're not a very well-run company either. Self-driving vehicles are going to put a lot of people out of work. Let me tell you. You'd be shocked at how many people's job in this country is to drive things or other people or items. Yeah, the trucking industry would go burr. It's unreal the number of US jobs that are like focused on transporting things vis-a-vis the roadways. If you think 15% unemployment sounds bad, wait till they have self-driving cars. Yes, mass spectrometer. 40% of the labor market is transportation. All those drivers should just learn to code. Pickle cost inflation. We don't. They didn't discuss pickle futures at all. I think we're safe. We can continue to go long without having to worry about any near-term price spikes. Nothing to rant about with AMC today. Call me a socialist, but I'm down with universal basic income. Universal basic income is not socialism. It's like a band-aid for capitalism. Automated capitalism. Don't consider UBI. We'll see. Freedom dividend. I mean, they get those in Alaska, right? If you live in Alaska, you get money every year for just living in Alaska. Yeah, I know what socialism is. It's a tax break. Yeah, we're gonna rip. It is time. Anarcho-syndicalism. That one's a little far-fetched for me. I have a friend who's very into that, but I don't have enough faith in humanity for it to play out well. I hope so, John. Is this MOASS? Sean Booz is correct. But is this the beginning, Sean? Who knows? We're going up. Did J-Pow say liftoff? We kind of ripped last night in after hours. Negative beta coming in hot. Or did Jerome say something? It looks like Jerome said something bad right here at 2:33. He said a naughty. Look at that, guys. Didn't I say it would hit 424 and then back down? Look at how right I am. On the nose. Right on the... Look at that. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see it. See? 424. Am I from the future? I don't know. Shocking. I said 424. I wrote it down in my argument yesterday on Reddit. I have proof. I'm not a cat. I wish I was. Then I could just lay around all day and someone feed me, pet my belly. If it drops to 418, then what? No, I didn't use Elliott waves to figure that out. That's the lower resistance for the long-term trend. Elliott waves actually said like 424.88, I think. Elliott waves work on the SPY for the most part, by the way. I just said they don't work on GME. There's stocks that they're much better on, like Apple and Tesla, sort of. Tesla's a little too unpredictable. They work good on like tech, like big tech firms. Microsoft is another stock that Elliott waves work really well on. Stuff with like lower volatility and high interest. Lane Morrow, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I really appreciate that. If you have any issues getting into the Dillionaire Country Club Discord, DM me over on Discord and I'll help you set that up after the stream. Yeah, Elliott wave's good on blue chip. That's a good way to put it. There's some blue chips that it's not so great on though. Elliott wave's very like, if it works on a stock and you can confirm that it works, then you can probably trade that stock using Elliott wave. But like, you can't just apply Elliott wave anywhere you want and have it pan out. It works much better in like the futures market and stuff like that, commodities, more volatile markets. SPY going to 420. We'll see. I don't know what it's doing. I want it to go down so I can make money. Average price on offering was $225.20. Elliott waves are good on stocks unless they aren't. I mean, you kind of have to like back test it on every stock that you want to use it on. So like if you're an Elliott wave trader, you should back test Elliott waves on that stock, see if they're more accurate than not, and then determine then if that's a stock you should trade using Elliott waves. I don't use Elliott waves because I think they're just kind of shittier on everything. We're actually being level-headed and genuine. Coffee tomorrow morning. Thank you, C. Santos. I appreciate that. I will take that money and go put it in my roaster's hands while he looks at me with judging eyes. Yeah, I've got a roaster. What about it? More of this the entire day would be great. Thanks. Don't you dare speak out of turn. Paradoxical, okay? We got to break the resistance at 220 before we can really move. Oh, did you moon one? Nice. What sound does a booth make? Is it? Yeah, it kind of is. It is onomatopoeia. Oof. Why would your roaster be judging you for buying his coffee? He's a prick. That's why. He's a self-important prick. That's his like parents bought him like a little roasting machine, and he's like, I'm gonna roast coffee in the big city, Mom. I'm not going to school. And now he's like, really? You want to mix that bean? And I'm like, yeah, I do. Put that bean in. Put all the beans, whatever beans you can sweep up off the floor, throw them in there. And he's like, I really wouldn't recommend that. And I'm like, I don't care. I didn't ask for your recommendation. I just want you to cook the fucking beans so I can drink my coffee. Don't get me started on this guy, all right? My roaster owns a lot of AMC. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. I'll never go back to him again post MOASS. Puts on roaster guy. We're just consolidating. Chill out. This is a very nice uptrend. Oh, I'm absolutely ready to be a rich white guy. I was born for it, just in the wrong house. A proper boofing should have no sound. Should be silent. Should Roaster shut the fridge door with his hip? I don't know. I don't think he has a refrigerator there. What he does do is slam my beans down on the table when he's bagging them. And they always try to get me to pay to him to grind them. I'm like, I have a grinder. A proper boofing. Bump. Yeah, I know. Who doesn't grind coffee? First of all, yeah, who isn't grinding coffee for free that's selling coffee? Second of all, I have a grinder. It was expensive. What day is today? The 22nd? Oh, I like Robusta. Michael L. The Robusta bean. I don't like Arabica. It doesn't create enough crema. To use grinder for boofing? I don't. Yeah, it's just Thickle, and then it says 6'3". Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Dude, you can't leave. Yeah, that's what I do. It's like I do like 80% Robusta, 20% Arabica. What's behind the 228? Who knows? I just want to cross 225, 21. Ah, ding ding. I know, right? What a letdown. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I appreciate all the new members and the donations. You guys have been super great. Closing at 219.59, 220.76, 220.40. Who gives a shit? It's 10 cents difference. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Later.